Hello everyone, Nora here with two very good friends to talk about a game of games. Oh my god.
Bonjour.
One true ghoul, hi. Yes, German, at least one of the people here, I don't know who.
Yes.
1 second before I forget something important again, and firstly, let's introduce people. Next to me is Emery, and I might lean into him a little bit as I talk, because that is just how it be. Let's move a little bit over here. And next to Emery is Drake. And we are going to talk about Prime Directive. But before that, I need to do something which I wanted to do on June 1st, and then yesterday, and forgot twice. So before I forget it again, I had a raffle, which ended on June 1st.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and we're just gonna see who won. So I've put everyone's name was eligible because they were following me and stuff, and replied. I put them in the big wheel, and now we are gonna click, and it's gonna spin.
Ooh.
And this is the person. I think this is actually with someone I misspelled. So just copy paste. This should be Wells G, I think. Let me just see this. This is super scuffed, and isn't that just perfect? To open my Twitter, I need to do that off stream because it is, you know how it is in there, in my Twitter. Scroll. Yes. Oh. Run through rule. Hi.
Oh, that guy.
Hi again. Welcome for the follow. Welcome for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It is warm here, by the way. It is warm, and I'm unhappy about that. But what can you do? So
My climate control has it being wonderfully cool. Sorry if I went quiet. I'm looking through the Prime Directive credits, and I'm trying to find which of these guys I met at Gen Con, because I know I met one of them, and I can't remember if it's Costello or Olsen.
Fair enough. Oh, it's Wills G. Wills. Yeah, I forgot.
That's Mothimer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Mothimer. Exactly. I played StarCraft with him the other day, and then Stick Fight yesterday.
Ooh.
So yeah, cool. This isn't rigged. You saw it. Let me just really quickly, because before I'm going crazy. But yeah, I just misspelled him, and I'm sorry for that. I did this last minute. And so, let's see. I will post a tweet about this right now, and you have won. I don't know if you are seeing this right now, but hey. And once we're done, why I'm doing that? Someone please introduce this amazing game to the audience.
Okay, Trake, do you want to do this, or because I have some tidbits on it, but I'm also completely willing to bow that one to you. I'm not very big into Star Trek, but I am very big into old role-playing games.
Yeah, like this is something that like I can see the design perspective. Like it's definitely a product of its era. That's for sure.
Indeed.
It's definitely a game where how can I describe it? The best way I can describe my first impression of Prime Directive is they were attempting to overlay a military sim onto Star Trek, and it doesn't work very well, in my opinion.
Yes.
The first thing that I noticed right away was just, oh, we have Navy and we have Marines. Okay, cool. Why didn't you guys write a Starship Troopers game instead?
Exactly.
That was my first impression. And then the second impression was, why Vulcans have no intuition? Why?
What, that thing that they do? That one thing that they do very well? No, why would they ever have that?
Yeah, exactly. I don't get it. Like, okay, they're gonna have an extremely high logic score. Okay, that makes sense. Well,
Nora and I touched on this on the last tabletop one that we had on the last tabletop discussion last week. In that this was a strange thing that was made due to not a near expired license, but just a license that was held for far too long and put into print after multiple different series had been released, so they had to just kind of make it up as they go along. The one thing I noticed about this is that this cover is decidedly not Star Trek.
Yeah,
no.
I want to talk about this cover.
It's like bootleggy.
I want to talk about this.
So I do like the art though. That's crazy. Am I crazy for that?
No, I like the art a lot.
I would say the art is pretty good. I would say this is nice. This is a nice. Just give them different guns, and this could be an interesting adventure game art.
Yeah.
Obviously, the problem comes in. Why is Starfleet attacking obviously primitive avian people who have pyramids on their volcanic world and stuff?
They're also avian, but they still have kind of that a little bit of the reptilian vibe, and also like bat wings. They're all over the place.
It's heckin' cool design, I think. This is really
cool. It's
Yeah.
radical. It's like some really good like Frank Frazetta kind of like Conan-esque art, which was just rife in the scene.
Yeah, it didn't have the little gargoyle here and
at
stuff.
the time.
It made me think like Indiana Jones in space right away.
Yep.
And like, okay, this is nothing like that. Darn it.
As we will discuss soon, these two people here, the I guess Vulcan and whoever this is, they aren't shooting because they didn't pay character points at the start to have good ranged combat.
I will say, I think the jacket designs are better than anything in Star Trek. Like, these uniform designs are much better than anything that the series has ever done.
I think this is from the movies. Cool. I remember the movies sort of having these jackets. Not quite, but these colors, for sure, from the movies. Let me just quickly say, hi Daisy, hi Sonnet and of course,
bonjour.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this whole thing, and Fish, hi. Yeah, it kind of looks like a winged elder. That's also true. It's very gaunt and thin. Yeah.
I love it.
So
really nice.
I will get into detail about this again because last time I talked about this, people might have not have been here. So these people, Task Force Games, back then when this came out at least, bought the license to Star Trek back when it was just the original series, just Kirk and crew, and they made board games and a war game, so miniatures, and no idea what those are. You know, that was early 70s or 60s.
I have played those war games.
Cool.
They are Starfleet Battles is the one that I played. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
I mean, it's a space fighting war game, I assume. I have command ships and do stuff. Fair enough.
Basically, they're not. It's not that difficult, but you know, it's perfectly fine.
When did TOS come out? We were going to see that right now.
The one that really made me go, "What?"
Okay.
was the play-by-mail game.
TOS is not
was
something
very much
they
a
can
product
just
of its
Google.
era.
Yeah.
And no, Star Trek.
Play by mail is kind of cool though, you know? I mean, I think it's a neat thing that they could only exist during that time period.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I've done imitations of
motion
that with play-by
picture,
email games. Like there
Mhm.
was a Game of Thrones game I participated in about 10 years ago that was just play by email, and wow, that was fun.
So they bought original series went from 66 to 69, and the animated series from 1973 to 1974. And somewhere around here in this time, they bought the license. But now, if we look here, when this book came out, it's a bit hidden, but it does say copyright 1993. This came out in 1993, and if we look over here, that is at the tail end of TNG. Yeah, this is like last season of TNG has just come out, and we will see who wrote this and in what decade they belong, but that's another thing. So what these people bought was basically this. The setting as it was here. Not even that, actually. Because most of the lore that's actually in the show that is not in here and can't be in here because they didn't pay for that. Starship Troopers movie, that's also 90s, I think.
Yeah.
90s,
It is.
2000, yeah. Late 90s.
It's like kind of early I don't remember.
1997.
Thank you.
Thanks for the Google. And so these people, for one thing, had to write their own backstory and lore for a lot of stuff that they were gonna put in this book. And and I'm just gonna say that without any any judgment, because well, okay, fine. Just kind of starting on the back foot, but okay.
I also just did some cursory Googling on Task Force games just to see if they're still around. They are.
Mm-hmm.
They are still around. Amarillo Design Bureau is still working.
Oh.
Good for them.
But they don't seem to have published anything since the last edition of this very game.
Okay. So
Prime Directive had a first edition, which we're reading today, GURPS, D20, and D20 Modern, which I feel like D20 Modern could work for that.
Oh,
but
yeah, it would work perfectly.
I mean, yeah,
come on.
you can do, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. So basically what we're learning here right now is that Task Force Games and Armadillo Design Bureau hold this license and this license alone and have done so for decades.
Yes, indeed.
Perfect. That's nice.
This almost feels like a Fantasy Flight Star Wars kind of thing, where at least Fantasy Flight kept hitting up Disney and going, "Hey, can we continue to publish stuff from your films?"
It's just.
But these guys have apparently just kept their license and done exactly what they did and just reprint their old stuff on demand.
Oh yeah.
It's wild.
I'm just gonna scroll through here. We're not looking at text. We're just looking at the art, and for a book of its time, I think the art is pretty okay. It's decent to good, actually.
It's not like the $100 first edition kind of artwork.
Except for that galactic map, that was the one thing that stood out to me. I was like, "What?
Yeah, the galactic
Is this
map
a
is
fill in your blanks game?"
It's a bit napkin, but these characters they
It's
kind of
so
look
bad.
like they kind of look like Star Trek people to me. Some people have the thing here, and we didn't redraw Uhura, but we should kind of did. And then we get to aliens, and yeah, it's okay, fine. Well, let me see what we have here.
There is so much like front end to this before you even get to character generation. Like that's character gen is page 17, and the rest of it is just fluff.
Oh yeah,
it's all just this is Star Trek. If you are a big enough dork to be playing this, you 100% know everything about Star Trek from the original series.
Yeah.
I'm like that type of forward seems to me like it's like, oh, this is to get people who have never played. But why? If I'm in a D&D group and somebody comes in and is like, "Hey, Emery, I just got this new cool board game down at Joe's. It's Prime Directive."
But
based off Star Trek. I would go, no, I don't like Star Trek. Go away.
Exactly.
But Emery, if they don't tell you everything about their setting, you're gonna think this is Star Trek. This isn't Star Trek.
Oh yeah,
this is Prime Directive.
not Task Force Games Star Trek. Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, I love this so much. So
I'm gonna say I actually really like the Vulcan on the character generation page. There's something about him that's just very.
Again, the art is nice. It's okay.
Yeah, the art's on point.
As someone who has read a fair few of these books, it could go a lot worse.
That Alpha Centauri lady is so beefy.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, not all of this is kind of generic. Not all of these are big winners, but hey, who cares? It's fine. Yeah, but what do you learn as you read this book? I will start with that. Is their seething contempt for their source material.
Oh yes.
Because, well, it is actually in here. I couldn't. I don't remember where I read it. I'm sorry. It is melded together a little bit, so I don't have an exact source. But they do tell you right out. It was stupid that the bridge crew would go on planets. That's why we have our alpha teams. And by the way, what you play in this game is basically a marine who drops down to the planet or to the station or whatever is the adventure to do shit. Whereas the bridge crew is allowed to give you orders. That is what you play, as per what they wrote.
Yep, and then even as part of that, they go on to say, like in some of the suggestion sections, is like, just borrow the ship doctor. What? Yeah. I thought we were trying to get away from that.
Indeed.
Yeah, just take him with. Don't have like a junior medical officer or anybody who knows how to do all of the field stuff. You know, it's not like actual away teams have field medics or anything like that.
No.
That kind of contempt is so strange because if I'm playing Star Trek, I want to be Kirk.
Yeah.
I want to be the guy who's doing the 2-fist punch and like banging the hot green lady. Like that's what I want to do. I don't want to be, ensign number 4. I'm not signing on to do that. And so again, if somebody rolled up with this, I would probably go, look, I think there's other options that we can do. You know?
The fun thing about this is in the DM section, I actually tell you, if you want, you can play the bridge crew if you really want to. But this book isn't about that. We're just talking about our thing.
We want to do our thing.
But if you want to run this differently, you are the DM. You are allowed. So that's their one thing they give you. But yeah, by the way, so at the end, the what's the role playing game section, always very enlightening to read in these old games. If it has such a section you always know it's going to be great. we are using here, because we are, because that's just how we write things. We don't use she, so you kind of know how these people will think about 2020 social justice stuff.
I think it's funny because just like the singular and plural they is totally fine.
Yeah. It is.
Like, why not just use that?
I'm sure they do that as soon as they use plural and plural anyway. Oh, this is the map that Drake meant, by the way. I mean, it's
not good.
Very napkin, and it does not give you any information.
No information at all.
Yeah.
I don't need like a 3D map, but I need something.
Yeah, I need like where's Earth for one thing. Can I get a location of Earth? The one thing I would kind of need to know, maybe.
Where's Vulcan? Where's the other important things?
Earth and Vulcan are both somewhere in this, I guess. Not in the little Orion thing though.
Oh my.
And then Rim of the Galaxy. What do they mean by Rim of the Galaxy in this context?
It's just... The Rim of the Galaxy is exactly here. This one spot. It's very big. It's all very big.
That's where the bar goes. That's the edge of the universe bar.
Oh, yeah, true. This is Galactic Center. So you can sort of infer that this is like one of the galactic arms, and it's this is outside, this is inside, and it's worlds around here. And you can't go through this because there's just no stars or too few stars to resupply and stuff. You can infer but this map doesn't help you with that. Oh yeah, they also use metric, which is a point in their favor.
Mm-hmm. Metric is a better system.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad we can agree.
Well, one thing I just noticed, like, why didn't they include light years too? And they're talking about units of measurement.
Yeah, they did not include light years, indeed. I think again because they don't really care to give you the starship stuff in this book at all.
They really don't.
Yeah, they gave the section for metric.
Yeah.
They're going, we know you're stupid Imperial users. You have tiny brains. Here's how you measure in the real system. We're big nerds here.
Yeah. Also, let me be clear. Yeah. No one's gonna be like, oh yeah, 39.5 inches. Let's do this math. They're gonna be 40 inches. So this is dumb. The 0.2 is also dumb. This is gonna be 2 pounds. People are gonna do their brain math like that. And no one wants to do math anyway, yeah, but who cares? I mean, it's we are not even at the problem yet. Don't worry, people.
No.
I do have a small I have a small design thing, and it's an issue. It's tiny. It's tiny. It's in the glossary of terms, in which they have armor rating and armor as separate kind of terms and terminology, and that is just, that's strange to me. That's an odd one. I noticed that on my first read through, and it always sticks out to me.
Yeah, but you see, armor has different armor rating for different damage types. That's what is going on.
Yeah.
And that's why we need both, and we need to explain both for some. You explain what armor is because you are dumb, Mr. Reader. And I say Mr. Reader because this book is talking to men, which we have established up here. So,
unless you're a Hydran, then we're speaking to all three genders. Hey, what the hell? Why do they need to include that?
Yeah, Broken Exile, welcome. We're just talking about the greatest Star Wars RPG ever made. And do stick around. This is going to take a while. Let me see. I quoted this out. What is the role-playing game section? Right. For one thing, this what I always love about RPGs is if they call the game master not the game master. They call this game master here the briefing officer.
Though I like that.
Yeah, I will say I kind of like the idea of having your own name for the guy, if it makes sense, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I like the storyteller usually in White Wolf games. I think that's a really good one.
Yeah, I like that one the most.
Also do, but the interesting thing to me, just to point this out, is this guy. So basically, your DM isn't even the captain of the ship. That's just a food for thought. He's just, who is the briefing officer of any ship in Star Trek? No one can name one because no one knows. I don't think.
No one can be the captain. You're too cool.
Yeah, not even the DM is allowed to be the captain. Yeah, they not one. They knew no one would be this cool. So also a little grammar thing which I found, and which I should point out because that's going to be very important as well. I read this first section with more of an eagle eye than the rest, I will freely admit. A typical game session will feature 3 to 4 friends sitting around a table with their character data files in front of them, and the briefing officer with the details of the upcoming adventure laid out before him. So what we have here is the game telling you have 3 to 4 friends on one side, and the briefing officer, who is the game master, on the other side. And then they're going to play a competitive game of RPG, because that is always a great time. And yes,
you see, you must defeat your friends.
Yes, you must defeat your friends. And in glorious RPG combat, and this game really goes hard on the adversarial GM. I have to say, I've rarely seen any game go harder.
The dice are the dice. What can be done?
Yeah. Also, that's one thing. We will get to that during when we talk about skills, which is going to take a while.
Oh yeah, and the language they use surrounding it.
Yeah,
they like to use certain words like goofed.
Yeah, what's like goofed and what's like GM having a field day describing your goof and so on. Also, Ruka, hi, welcome.
I'm sorry, I shrieked. I just think it's so funny.
What?
Why use goofed?
Yeah.
Yes. Why use
Done
goofed?
so much.
You done goofed, kid. Now the DM's gonna screw you.
Yeah. So let me see.
All the internet police.
And since I should talk about positives while we are at this, if you play this as they intend, it's sort of okay for players to join and leave. So like if your team is supposed to be made up of like 10-12 people, and you're not supposed to take everyone on every mission. So your DM can be quite easily be like, yeah, okay, this mission we don't need a technician. So since Steve can't make it, we're playing that next week, you know? And that is actually a positive of this game.
I actually really like games with kind of that inbuilt rotating cast.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, even if you have a tiny group, if somebody wants to have 3-4 characters on the same, away crew, then they totally can, and just cycle through them if they want.
Game encourages you to do that, actually, to have different characters for different tasks, which is, I think, partially because you can't possibly make a good character in this game, so you need specialists. But
you have to specialize. You just have to. More of extreme than Shadowrun.
Way more. But yeah, it is a positive that you can be like, yeah, this week I don't feel like playing, I don't know, Steve. I feel like playing Greg, my other character. Let's is that fine? And Jim probably gonna be like, yeah, okay, why not? So let's see. We'll close this magic over there. Oh, yeah. And then we get to their. Do any of you want to talk a lot about what they wrote for setting?
I kind of want to, but also I'm not the biggest. I've said this too many times. I'm not the biggest fan of Star Trek. I've watched a little bit of it, and I did some testing on a Star Trek game ages ago, but I am not an expert. But I would definitely talk to it. I would definitely talk to you about it.
Okay.
Broken Exile, there is a Firefly RPG, by the way.
It's really good.
I think
it's really good.
It's fun. They're asking when we are going to do that one. We might.
Oh, I'd do it. It's actually pretty good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a D20 system, if I remember right.
I'd like to read.
Yeah, they have a D20, and then there's another one that's kind of like Savage Worlds with advancing die code.
That's good. Savage Worlds is really good. I'm just gonna say flat out, I don't think it's too difficult to make a D20 system. Like, if you're gonna use the D20 system, it'll probably work.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
It's just
like building a game in Unity.
Having made my own classes and stuff, yeah, sure. So yeah, that's So.
Well, the setting doesn't really bother me at all, honestly, because it's obvious that they're okay. We're just taking this and going off in our own direction.
Yeah. I will say just one thing. So, why does Star Trek? They do talk about, at least briefly, about the aliens just were kind of cheap and stuff in the series, right? So referring to TOS. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't have a budget. That's my brain. And they sort of make a point that they have written cool stuff. They more or less, well, obviously they would think that. But their stuff is super basic.
There is one thing, and it's wording in the United Federation section on page 12. And this is something that may just be from my experience, but it's the section of saying, arguably the finest warships in the galaxy, the dreadnoughts, cruisers, and destroyers of the Federation are armed with a formidable array of phasers and photon torpedoes, blah, 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 nerd shit. Playing a Star Trek game isn't the focus on exploration and diplomacy. Like, wouldn't that be it? That's kind of the point of all of the series, even the original.
Yeah.
That these are explorers, they're pioneers, and they're diplomats. Violence is a last resort. So the idea that you are selling it as like, oh, these warships. Like, I always thought these are like civilian cruisers. I mean, 80% of them.
They aren't. Starfleet is a bit weird. Starfleet is just, they are exploratory most of the time, but they're also, they're also armed because stuff out there be dangerous.
Yeah, you need that stuff.
And yeah, a lot of it is just non-military in the places which aren't the border. they don't have guns on their ships mostly, or if they do, it's small stuff they might just need for some reason, energy projectors and so on.
Yep.
I'm not a big Trekkie either, by the way. I do like the second movie a lot. and the TNG.
I'm just fascinated of selling it directly as a more violent game, because I don't think anybody who's really into Star Trek would be down with that.
Yeah, indeed. It is baffling to me why they. Again, this came out when the Next Generation was big, and it was big at the time, right?
Yeah.
Generation is like one of the biggest diplomatic series ever. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, ever.
And
Yeah.
why they would insist so hard on their own spin? I understand they have to use their law because they can't they don't have the rights to the actual law, but they could write law that's sort of like, yeah, we are exploring and mysteries and oh no, what could be behind the next star?
Oh yeah,
but
and
they
problem
aren't.
solvers. That's the term that comes to mind for me.
This is very much you are very much a military guy in this game, which we are gonna get to, because there's actual pages and pages dedicated to what your rank is and stuff. It's gonna be great. You're gonna have so much fun. So let me just quickly get into their stuff. So you will notice there's some aliens. So we have humans, we have Vulcans, we have Rigelians, which I don't remember if any of these are. Andorians are definitely something.
Oh yeah,
from the series. They have Alpha Centaurans, which they made up, Cygnans, and that's the main races, I guess. We don't mention Klingons. I think this is just who is in the Federation.
Yeah.
And you might be asking, isn't Alpha Centauri, isn't Rigel, isn't Cygnus, aren't just the stars? And the answer is yeah, they just put the stars on the aliens.
Yes.
Yep.
So they didn't really care too much to give them interesting names.
So if I want to, I cannot play a Klingon. I cannot play a Gorn.
Indeed. They are their own people, and we are going to fight them.
I just want to be a Gorn.
Yeah, I also want to be a Gorn. Everyone wants to be a Gorn, right? I mean,
they're the coolest.
Yeah.
I think that's the only benefit to the Star Trek third-person shooter game that came out and tanked really hard. Is that the Gorn design was actually really cool. I like them. They look really neat.
I haven't played, but I don't.
They're just big lizard people, but I think that they're big and they kind of have that Spider-Man lizard kind of hunch to them. They're good-looking lizards. That's all. That's the only bit.
And now to get into it, so we are starting here. We're starting at character creations. So page 17 we start, and I think we can scroll around. Let's see where we end. Well, this is actually already a story. So we have proving characteristic and skills. Okay, this is still play. This is still rules. So we have around 100 pages of just rules here.
Yes.
And it's gonna be fucking crunchy rules. It's not gonna be D&D people. No.
Huh. This is even crunchier than first edition, which had a lot of crunch to it. It is ridiculous.
It's pretty ridiculous. It's almost like they took 3 glances at Shadowrun and are like, hey, let's do something like this, and then not do anything like it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me quickly read some chat here. We have to talk about 5e. Yeah, that's again 5e is a very fair system, and you can easily do most things in it. I would say it's not the best system to do many things, but it's a good system to do most things. Yeah, why not?
Pretty fun.
Robust.
Yeah.
It works.
Seek out new worlds to conquer. Yeah, that's kind of this game.
Yes. Todd Howard approves.
Yeah, I do enjoy this is their creativity, by the way. Marine surface combatant have the big anchor, because people would know what an anchor is in the 24th century.
Yeah, that makes
no way they would use that.
Why didn't they like put a sword on there or something?
Yeah.
You know,
literally anything.
Yeah.
A lance, pike.
Why is engineering this? I mean, I guess it's a spiral of some sort. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe it's some sort of strange future wrench.
Maybe it's a wizard staff.
Ooh.
Oh, wizard staff. Yeah, engineers are wizard. That
Oh,
makes
that's
sense.
interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, the only thing that jumped out at me on this page was the psionics.
Yeah.
But again,
Yes.
you have to be a Vulcan to do it.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yep.
No human psionics. Of course, we have racially locked classes, species locked classes. Sorry.
Yeah,
Which
and then the specificity about Alpha Centaurans. Well, you got to play a girl. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that. I don't worry. Yeah, the psionics. I feel like you can get away with this better in a setting that's supposed to be about aliens in future. That some aliens just can do that where others can't.
Yeah.
But why can't humans do psionics? Well, who cares for the explanation? But the Vulcans can, and Beta Centaurans can, and so on. So, whatever. Beta. It doesn't matter. Dana Troy from TNG.
Apparently. Oh, yeah, they totally can. What the fuck?
Yeah. But they aren't in here because they weren't invented for this game.
Yeah, yeah, you can. No, only Vulcans can be psionics. What do you mean Troy exists? What do you mean?
Yes.
What do you mean Betazoids? Come on.
Get out of here.
What's the launch?
No, we're Kirk. We're Kirk. We Punchy the big man.
Yeah. Launch,
we shoot them with our guns.
The naming thing in Twitch is weird, and you have to be very careful with how you do it. So
why is science like a symbol for marriage?
Who knows?
Yeah, what is up with that?
Could be atoms. I mean, fine. The anchor is really the egregious part here, I feel. But yeah. So we have. Oh yeah, the book explicitly mentions, this is important, that the Federation is a male-dominated society. That's on page 18. You're not. So it's up here somewhere.
Why can humans and Alpha Centaurans increase stats?
Because their stat spread is bad.
Yep.
But nobody else can readjust.
Because all Vulcans are the same.
Yep. Well, technically, you improve it later with your CIPs, but
yeah,
that's a mess of a system too.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're not even at the crunchy part yet. Okay, I can't find it. It doesn't matter. It says it's Federation is male dominated, but the Alpha Centaurans, they are lady power ladies. They're the ladies are the important ones, and they're obviously all Amazons and stuff. And
yeah,
of
course, female characters,
and they don't allow their
type of game.
Yeah, and they don't allow their males to be in Starfleet. And I feel both of those things are really bad. Even in 1993,
that's someone's weird fetish.
Just taking only the original series into account, they had female bridge officers.
Yeah,
I mean not many, but they had at least one.
Isn't the entire pitch of Star Trek that it's more egalitarian?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
and like so long as you have a work ethic,
and you can when somebody
to
talks about it.
Yeah. In TOS, it was more focused on all the races getting along, because you had a Russian and an Asian and Scotsman on all working together, which is of course crazy. Wink, wink. And yeah, in the night. But
well, I mean, of course, you can't trust the Scots.
But in TNG, which was again out at this time, you had at least 3 of the main cast. The Doctor, Tasha Yar in the first season as the security officer, and the counselor, who were all female. You had female admirals. You had female. They did. I don't know if they did half and half, but they sure tried to do it. So it's baffling that they took their ball and went home with that.
Yeah, it's really baffling.
And if all you have to do is commission someone to draw a black and white picture of your alien and write a description. Why is these are all humans. Look at them. Human with more ear, human with face tattoo.
I've met that guy on the bus.
Female human? Yeah, I have a guy like that on the bus as well. Female human?
Stew human?
Yeah. Male human with guile hair, and human with 2 antennae. That's our aliens. The
it looks more like a choose your fighter thing.
Yeah, it does. It's so the wasted potential is so high. Yeah, look at, I mean, Mass Effect doesn't really win, in my opinion, big prizes in terms of what aliens did, but they did have some really weird aliens. You couldn't play as them, sadly, but they were there. The main cast and stuff, they were all, humanoid, but that's all down to them.
It's like animation rigging and stuff.
You
have to keep them around the same skeleton. I would love to see like a Starship Trooper bug, and they're like my fucking like medical officer.
Yeah, and
I want that so bad.
Oh yeah, and
I would love that.
And I
so
want the
much.
Starship Trooper bug to have a charisma of 10. I forget which stat this is, but
I do kind of like having a leadership stat.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of neat.
I don't like the I don't like the discipline stat in this, but we can get to stats now because we are kind of over this, I think. Oh yeah. We need to establish the tone of the book though. So let me go to wait, what did I want to read out? Not about seniority.
Launch.
Okay.
Technically, yes. The humanoid form is kind of conducive to gaining sapience. Sentience is something that most of us have, not even just us as humans, but like most creatures. Sapience, the ability to measure rational thought and illogical thought, is mostly a humanoid thing. Yeah,
True.
Because we developed in a way to build brains on two little leggy sticks.
Yeah, the tone is totally that. I mean, yeah, because you're sending in the Marines. But I'm not saying you have to make everything a weird blob or whatever. But have one weird blob in there. Have one alien that's just, at least give an avian race. We have avians on the cover. Give someone wings. Give someone, I don't know, gills. Give someone 4 arms, and then worry about.
Let me be like fucking Quark.
That. Yeah.
Yes. Be a shapeshifter.
Indeed, yeah. Because again, this book does say, and I'm sorry I can't pull this out right this out. You can read this book for yourself if you want. It's not like this is in print anymore. This book does say, oh yeah, the aliens on the show, they're sure basic. I mean, we'll get to other aliens. This is just Federation. Federation can only be sort of humanoid. Other aliens do exist, and some of them are a bit weirder. But it's interesting to me that the good guys, and these are all just humans with, maybe they are blue. I think these guys are blue.
Yeah. That's about it. Yeah, they're blue. Like, we don't have anything like Pearson's Puppeteers or anything in here.
Well, that would be so
I can't
nice.
be a fucking android?
No. Androids aren't in here.
No. Well, my day is ruined.
So, so I wanted to read out loud the chapter about seniority to establish tone of the book. Yeah. So.
Oh yes, please.
Where is seniority in this? Yeah. Chain of command within a prime team is established strictly by rank and seniority. A character of a higher rank than another has the right, within the bounds of duty, to issue directives to that character. If 2 characters are of the same or equal rank, then the issue of seniority determines the chain of command. A character is considered senior to another character of equal or equivalent rank if his seniority rating is higher than that of the other character. So what we have learned here, firstly, one guy in your group will be in charge of commanding all of you as we play, because one guy has this highest rating. And also we have, apparently we have a stat for rank and another stat for seniority, which we have to really both worry about.
Yeah, you have a roll for your rank, and that goes up over time, but then you have a stat for seniority. It's just very simple.
Yeah, it is very simple and also very, oh my god, I hate it. Oh, Space Station 13, the RPG, that's sort of very true, yeah. That would actually be a nice system to base that around. Make that game a bit easier. God. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, hi, welcome. And yeah, I just wanted to read this one. This is not indicative of the whole tone. Oh yeah, but I should go. I have that as well. Did I not write it out? Oh yeah. Okay, we are skipping down. We're going back up the stats in a second, but I do want to read the other thing, which is the most amazing sentence ever written in an RPG.
Really quick, I was ruminating on the idea of the chain of command and the rank, and I don't hate it. That's the crazy thing. I don't hate the concept. I think like if you're running, a pirate or a military game, I don't think that like having a chain of command or one player as a captain is really a problem. It's just you really need a group of people that know each other and work well together. I think people already kind of fall into that when playing RPGs. Like one player will usually be the guy who makes plans and knows how to make shit work. So they work on tactics and kind of being the decision ender, But
it is true.
just being the ass who's like, no, you have to listen to me because I have a number on my sheet.
Yeah,
I have 4 pips. You have 3.
right. We all know what happens when the wrong person gets that role, though, and that's kind of what can happen in this book. So what I wanted to talk about this game, we're gonna get to damage and stuff, but let me just talk about this. So there's a way to simplify the rules a bit. It doesn't matter what that way is, we're just gonna look at it. Characters may, with the approval of the GM, spend 1 point of heroic reputation, whatever that is. Assume it's something good because it's heroic. In order to reduce the damage they take from any single lethal attack to 1 point less than that would kill them outright.
Hey DM, can I spend a point to not die?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, the DM has to approve this. Correct. You can. DM can say no to this. That is important to note, but we are not at the good part yet. They can also use this if they are about to be knocked unconscious in the event of a stunning attack. Okay. There's no parallel to this rule in the Veterans Combat System. This rule is used in the Simplified Combat System to make up for various rules in the VCS which could reduce or mitigate damage. Okay. I've read their combat system, and the way you mitigate damage is you fucking die. But anyway, now we're getting to the part that struck me and where I want to do this block.
Yeah.
Of course, if it is their first adventure, let them know that it was very painful and that they should learn their lesson. For total realism, I emphasize, for total realism, instruct any player who had to use this rule that he cannot go out for pizza with the rest of the group, but must go home and read 20 pages of the dictionary, starting with a randomly determined letter. That should simulate the time spent recouping in the hospital rather nicely. Is this not amazing? I can't even.
Trake, you got shot. You don't get to go hang out with us on the collab. Go home and go read me 6 pages of Aurelius, and I want a book report on my desk tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
go to your room.
To make it exceedingly explicit, not that I feel I need to, this game expects all players to not just listen to the DM at the table, but to go home after the game and keep listening to the DM as they read 20 pages of the dictionary because they got shot in the game. No pizza for them either. They have to go home without food. It's amazing. It is the most amazing sentence I've ever seen.
It's your DM is your dom now. You sign in to be in part of my D&D group. You're my sub now. You do what I say. I fucking call you at 3 a.m. and I go, are you reading your dictionary pages? Because your ensign got shot.
And instead of the usual pet names, you call them Ensign.
Oh yeah.
Dirty red shirt, yes.
Also realize, please. I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. But also realize.
Oh, I love it.
How would you check? Does this book expect the DM to also read the 20 pages to know what's on that to ask the player later? Because I think that's in the tone of the sentence. They would have to check. Amazing. It's so good. This is the essence of this game. Okay, and now that we have talked about the essence of this game, and you can see, we can go back up. and talk about character creation.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, so we have stats. We have stats somewhere.
Pick your Street Fighter character.
Yeah, here. So,
Can I be the Chun-Li species?
yeah.
I like how we both went for like a heavy leggy character immediately.
Yeah.
Oh,
and yeah, launch. That's exactly what would happen, isn't it? It's so. I can't.
I
Okay.
would make my Alpha Centauran look like Chun-Li.
Fair enough. That's a good look.
yeah.
So yeah, what stats do we have in this game? We have strength. So physical strength, accuracy. That's shooting.
Classic.
Agility, dexterity, and so on. We have speed, how fast you are. Reaction time and running. It's interesting that's split like this. A lot of games would put it in one stat. I would say.
But I mean, even like Cyberpunk splits it between dexterity and accuracy, and I think it's a decent thing. I think that's fine.
You see this more in future games where the guns are super good, and you have two stats. I also think it's fine. Yeah, it's okay. You want to have as few stats as possible, in my opinion, which are still necessary. So leadership, ability to impress and command others. Okay. Logic, you're smart or not. Intuition, are you intuitive or not? Discipline, so self-control and willpower, and also the ability to take orders, and also to resist stun damage and psionics. Technical, character's ability to use and or repair machinery, so you can be real dumb, but you can still be really good at repairing, which I feel is kind of okay.
Okay, I have an issue with the idea of splitting logic and intuition into two separate stats. Because intuitive reasoning psychologically is deductive reasoning. That is logical chains and being able to put together a logic chain through events that may be having missing information and such.
That's fair. I would
this
say
is an attempt to try to make like int and wisdom, but that's not.
Yeah.
That's not the wording to use, and this really isn't the spread to use. That's just a wasted stat.
It is.
I think it's worse when you mention the next one.
Yeah. General knowledge, character's basic education. So you can be real dumb, you can be logic 1, and we're gonna get to how bad that is in a second. But you can be super knowledgeable, so you can be a Jeopardy guy, I guess. You can just facts machine.
Oh boy.
And finally, perception. Your character's
the most fun people.
Perceptive ability. Oh yeah, people who just know lots of facts are super fun. I love them.
And most games put general knowledge and logic together, and intuition and perception together. But this one has those all split.
If you put perception,
why have two stats when you could have 6?
Yeah, but we had to have more stats. More stats is also always a sure sign of a great game.
More stats, more good.
Max logic, minimum general knowledge launch. That would be you're just some sort of intuitive. No, they are not intuitive. Sorry, you're just some sort of genius who doesn't know stuff. You have to figure it out. It makes no sense. Yeah,
you're a Vulcan who doesn't get out.
Yeah. I think general knowledge is used in the context of, do I know stuff about this guy so I can impress him? Roll general knowledge with I don't know, some sort of stat you have, and then logic is we get to skills. We get to skill stats. So just remember, these are our attributes. They might be used well, they might be used badly, and now we have to go here.
Remember the lyrics of Toxic. Roll general knowledge.
Yeah, humans. Exactly. Yeah, that's general knowledge, and it might be a bonus if you're dumb. In some cases, at least. Humans add some points to their characteristics. Alpha Centaurans also do so. With more accuracy, speed, or discipline. So it's one of these categories. Okay, now I have to look at how dumb do they think we are. So accuracy, speed, or discipline. So 4, 4, and 4. So why do they double emphasize that it's one stat is a 5? Yeah, okay, whatever. Other races do not gain any bonuses or analysis to these. So every Vulcan has this exact spread to start, but then you do get points to buy stuff next.
Also, this is just a thing. If general knowledge is something trivia based, or it's based on like a standardized education for Starfleet, wouldn't Vulcans have one and then have like a higher intuition?
I'm just looking. General knowledge is just, it's just. You can also tell if it's just pointless stat sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
If everyone just has the same value in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if they added Ferengi, maybe they'd have a 6 in it. I don't know. I don't even know what they were thinking at this point.
So it's
ridiculous.
Yeah, it sure is. So this is the one I feel could go the most right off the bat. You can intuition is just not worded well, but you can see where it's useful. General knowledge is just why is it there?
There's no point.
Did you needed to have 10? You just couldn't have 9. So let's see now. Then you become to skills.
The only charisma-ish stat is leadership, right?
Discipline is discipline is resisting leadership basically or following. Yeah, so leadership is the charisma. Yeah. So
I really like the idea that you have a stat that is counter to one of your others, like direct.
Yeah.
The only reason this exists is to talk shit on this other stat.
No, discipline is there to take orders. That's something you actually can sometimes roll on in the game, apparently. And also to resist stun damage or whatever. Let's not dwell on these specifics for too long.
We can get noodly if we wanted to, but let's continue.
Super noodly. Let's do it.
We can. So now we have skills. There's a lot of them. And we have, let me just quickly look where that page is. So this character generation, we can, do you want to, let's explain the system, then we can jump around after. Is that okay for you two?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we have a few skills. 85 of them.
And that's not that many.
Yeah, but there's some real gems in there. There's some real gems like rope climbing.
Yeah.
Which we actually we needed that badly as its own skill.
Well, of course. You gotta ask why he's climbing the mountain.
Yeah.
You know.
But what other ones? There were some other really good ones. Where's my notes? Yeah. So rope climbing, skiing under accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Law, which I just want to single out because it's this is one of the general knowledge skills.
I actually kind of like having a law skill.
It's fine, but you can.
I like a philosophy skill. Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. Stuff.
Yeah. Fuck knowing warp drive systems. Yeah. I want to be maxed out in philosophy.
Right. Starfleet regulations and operations. Okay. Presented to you without comment. I don't know what this skill is, but I'm sure it's going to be very, very important. And then a bunch of 10 or so different system skills: warp drive systems, transporter systems, ship weapon systems, power generation systems, life support systems, impulse drive systems, computer systems, communication systems, because those are distinct.
You have a Vulcan nerve pinch skill?
Yes, you do.
Yep.
Oh, you can learn that if you're not Vulcan?
No, surely not. You also have lethal damage attack in AMA versus nerve.
We have a seduction skill. We have a seduction skill. I'm so happy.
We will have to read the seduction skill to see how bad they dropped the ball on that one.
Leadership base too, of course, because only Kirk gets the puss.
Yeah, Kirk gets the puss.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're not the leader, you can get out of here.
So it's kind of fair to say we have a few skills, right? We also have at least one instance. I didn't read all of these. I'm gonna come right out and say it. I didn't read all of these. I have at least one instance, which is fine work, which is a great name for a skill, by the way, which is under accuracy, where a skill can supersede another skill. This skill allows the character to perform extremely fine manipulations and otherwise do exceedingly delicate work. Surgery, electronics, or archaeology, just to name a few, will sometimes call upon a character to perform fine work. So I sure hope
a necessary skill.
Your fucking surgeon, who, by the way, had to buy surgery and general knowledge, probably first aid as well, and medicine, also
has to buy fine work. Yes.
Yeah, and also it's gonna have to have good accuracy because otherwise they're gonna, I don't know, do the artery wrong and kill you. Because then we can read just one of them. Let's just see.
Also, my favorite one is, and this is my notes, pilot animals.
Yeah, pilot animals. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot about that one.
Animals.
Yeah, pilot
Not
them.
ride animals, pilot animals.
Pilot vehicle, pilot and it's right animal. It's actually right animal. I'm sorry, Drake. It's pilot vehicle and right animal.
I thought it was pilot. Don't read things when I'm half asleep.
Sadness. Well, but I'm just gonna. So, in my opinion,
I'm looking at the success levels.
Yes, in my opinion,
it's the best.
To lay out my design philosophy if I were ever to make a game, yeah. In my opinion, having many skills is good if they have a distinct use. And under no circumstances is rope climbing a distinct skill from jumping and stuff. No, make it athletics.
All of them could just be athletics, yeah.
All of this could be athletics.
Acrobatics is its own skill.
I'll give you wrestling because it could be fighting. So fighting might be its own skill. Fair enough. These three make them athletics. Make fire weapon. I assume this is. I have not read, but I assume you have to specialize in phasers or whatever. So you can fire phaser, fire disruptor, or whatever, and it's its own skill because.
I just noticed something really fucked up when I went back through it. Free climbing is an accuracy skill. No, it's not.
No,
what are you talking about? Entirely straight face.
Yes, it is.
So why do you have rope climbing? Free climbing? What? They're the same thing. Just make them climbing.
And we also get to see here just how imbalanced these attributes really are, and why it was done. So
accuracy is fucking king.
Accuracy is king, as it always is. And speed, you run fast. You can draw your weapon fast, and you can run. System speed, I think, is just how fast you run.
Wait, system speed isn't that how fast you can use computers?
Is it?
That's your typing speed, isn't it?
Let's see.
I'm trying to find the skill page, and I'm lost.
Sniper.
I'm lost in the sauce.
Are they?
I think you're right.
System speed. Allows the character to perform manual manipulations, things like manual entering data. Yeah, you're right. It's typing.
Oh fuck yeah! It's how fast I can input my pretzel motions.
Yeah. So would you rather be able to draw your gun fast and then type, or would you rather be able to ski and sniper and stealth and throw and melee combat and martial arts and everything well? Also, yeah, fighting except for wrestling. I think this is a knock towards Kirk or not, because Kirk really didn't have a good fighting style, but he could wrestle really well. So, and also, let's look at logic versus general knowledge. And please tell me where the big difference is. Why is mathematics and computer programming and logic, natural sciences is in general knowledge?
Yeah.
These are one stat, please. It's too dumb to make them two.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. And then things like, I don't know, surgery. Why did?
Yeah.
Why?
Also, like fast talk is under intuition.
Yeah.
And so is bribery.
Bribery.
Yeah. I'm sure they cooking is not a skill, right? I will say this game does tell you all these skills are going to be important, but you can totally, all of them, especially art. But you can totally invent other skills and put them somewhere, and that's your hobby skills. You get some points for that, which is good.
So yeah, so you could definitely put cooking under general knowledge.
Yeah, I would say it's an intuition.
Yeah, I could say it. Yeah.
And so
I just saw more blank spaces in general knowledge, and I thought that's where you would put your hobby skills.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really care. You could have I don't know, dart throwing under accuracy or something. You can have just hobby skills, but they shouldn't be useful.
Look at the fucking page for the Vulcan nerve pinch. It's so long.
Okay.
It's so long.
Super long.
0. Oh yeah, it's really long.
Crazy long. Like Sniper's even longer. But yes, it's only available to Vulcans. Okay, yeah.
And yeah, Launch, I think you're right. Rope climbing is a skill because they know it's hard. As nerds who wrote this book, yeah. That is so on point.
And then discipline if you don't specialize in psionics.
Yeah.
There's just like almost nothing there. Resist interrogation and survival.
Yeah. But you do need discipline for, I think, at least one of the jobs. So you better have it anyway.
Yeah. I can't remember which one.
Why are mind meld,
was...
mind scan, and mind touch 3 different skills?
Well, you meld, scan, or touch. I don't know what you find confusing about that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And mind bar and aid mind bar.
Yeah. Sometimes you want to go to the
Sounds
bar.
like a delicious bar.
Sometimes you want to help someone go to the bar. I don't understand what the problem is. But yeah, it's fair
is it
to
a
say,
wet bar?
I think it is very fair to say that this list has some fat on it that could be trimmed. And you can say, yeah. Okay,
perfect.
Fair enough. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. And now let's explain some.
I'm looking at the mind bar. It's mind bar is a method of temporarily raising your discipline characteristic for the purpose of any task that is supported by that characteristic or any reciprocal response test which involves that characteristic, resisting telepathic contact or assault, or simply resisting the effects of extreme heat and cold, torture, or interrogation. Mind bar has no effect on the calculated value of your character's stun damage capacity, nor does it add any of your character's discipline based on skills or psionic abilities. Why? What is that?
That is the moment in the show where they have to look really hard at the camera.
Yes. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it symbolizes. Or when, okay, the room is really hot, so he's going to clench his teeth and act like he needs to really take a dump.
And fish? Well, I would agree that some fat...
Microwave hallway.
Some fat...
Yes, microwave hallway.
Yeah, oh god, that's a pull. Fish, well, I would agree that some fat is nice to marble the meat, to make it, give it texture and taste. There's also that big thing at the side you just cut off because it will ruin the whole thing.
Yeah. You slice the large fat off and then you cook it down to render it.
Yeah. And
like you don't actually use them.
Like 20 of these can go. Mm-hmm. Especially, most egregiously, I think actually is all the system skills. Because I don't fucking care. Power generation system versus ship weapon system versus transporter systems. At no point in the show, in any of the shows, it's ever mattered. If you're a technician in Star Trek, you just fucking know the system, that stuff, and it's just one skill. Just have technical skill. End of story.
It's just like, do you want to play your best O'Brien fantasy from Next Generation with transporter systems? Get a 12 in that?
Yeah. And by the way, blind fighting, fish, that's easily explained, obviously. Blind fighting is if you are blind nerd, you can roll that skill every turn to not have a disadvantage to fighting in melee while blind. That's a skill you have to have.
It used to be a very common thing in older systems, even up to 3.5, in which you would just not... It's still in 3rd or 5th edition D&D. It's like a really high level skill for rangers, and I think a fighting style that you can get.
Yeah.
But that used to be a big deal because like light and how you had illumination in your party was a really, really big thing for everyone.
Yeah, because you were in dungeons all the time. So now let's talk about how this actually works, how this game is played. Real quick, before we go to character creation. So we have talked about you have attributes and you have skills. That is mostly what you do have. So let's say my character... I'm scrolling around too much. My character is Master Rope Climber. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah.
So I have
let's go with that.
Let's say I have 5 strength. Let's start there. And so I'm pretty strong. I'm maybe not quite on Kirk's level, or the Gorn, but I'm pretty strong. And I have a rope climbing skill of, let's say 3. That's not really a master rope climber, but that's... I'm starting out, right? Maybe I can get points into it later. So then I have actual dice in my skill, plus dice in my attribute, which would be 5 plus 3 is 8. And then you have that to have your actual skill roll. So I would have 4 dice in rope climbing.
Yep.
Okay.
This is kind of like Shadowrun, except that you don't have in Shadowrun. You just add up. And then then you have, for every skill and for everything you do in this game, you have a tri-code, which is this nice little number here, or these string of numbers. And this tells you the base roll that you have to make on your dice, which are, by the way, d6s, to succeed. So if you have my 4 rope climbing dice, I have to hit on one die a 3 to get not a failure, a 4 to get a moderate success, or 5 to get a complete success. And as we see in the descriptions of these skills, a minimal success is basically you didn't do anything. It's a tenth of the complete success. In this example, as well as in any other example you can find in this book, minimal success is basically you didn't totally eat shit. Congratulations. Moderate success is also kind of that, except a bit more, to the point where it's often hard to see a difference between these. In this case, we have actual numbers, so it's kind of okay. But what you really want is the complete success. And getting a 5 on 46, that's mathematically not that hard. I don't know what this is, by the way. I have not found what the number in bracket is. It's always there. Do any of you know? Okay. So
I don't know.
Kind of who cares? I don't think they explained it very well. So now, but let's look at wrestling. 6, 8, 10. So how do I get a 10? Simple. Any 6 you roll, you can re-roll and add up. But you subtract 1.
Okay.
And if you roll another 6,
it's like exploding dice from old editions.
Exactly exploding
I found
dice,
out what that number is.
Oh, tell me.
I found out what that number is. That's the character improvement points necessary to learn the first level of that skill.
Oh, okay. I see. So wrestling is harder to learn than rope climbing. Fair enough. Jumping is
put in a weird place.
Why is jumping so hard to learn? What? Why is jumping 10 points? Wrestling.
No, because you're jumping really good.
No, you are not.
No, you're learning to jump real good.
Yeah, there's a few things to note about this. Firstly, odd numbers in total. So if you have a 7 in total, you round down.
Oh, I was actually wrong.
Oh, you were wrong? Okay.
It's not to learn level 1. It's to learn level 0 in the skill.
What is level 0? What? Oh, I need to know.
I don't even know why they have a level 0 for your skills. I guess you can't jump unless you have level 0 in jumping.
Wait, hold on. If my experience with Traveler, which is a similar system, tells me anything, level 0 is where you don't have a penalty, because below that you have a penalty to doing anything. So if you don't have level 0 in the skill, you're going to be taking a heavy penalty.
Yeah, pretty
But again,
much.
I don't know. That's just my read. I'm in the martial arts section reading this nonsense.
Yeah, okay. We can get to that. But I want to finish this.
No, it's okay. I got an itch that I needed to scratch, and now I'm out.
Fair enough.
It's so awful.
It's fair enough.
It's so bad.
We can talk about all of this. We have not even started yet. It's so good. It's so good. So, but again, so if on same stats, so I have 4 dice, a 10. That's rolling a 6 is a 1 in 6 chance, and then rolling a 5 or 6 is 1 in 3. So we are at 1 in 9 to hit it. So we need 9 dice to napkin math make this 10. So it's kind of hard, you know. And these numbers can be modified mostly up to make them even harder. So that's not great. But
seems like it's just a hard system to do things in.
Yes,
like,
it is.
Like the types of rolls that you need to do and the skill ceilings that you need to hit. Like, it seems like 80% of what you're going to do is get shit on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like it specifically says in the what is the success section that let me look at my notes again.
You have a skill for field equipment. You can fail to use a tricorder.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
You can. You can fail to just hop. You know, not even a full-on jump, just hop. You can fail to use a rope, not even climb it, just use it.
The real juicy details in this are coming in when you botch something, and the botch happens
when you done goofed.
When you just when you have so failure is if you don't hit these numbers. If I don't have a single 3, I failed. But if I roll, but if my rolls are just once, then I botch it. Then I, fall off the rope in this case, for example, or Well, I kill someone if I do fine work and botch.
Yeah. The exact text for failure is literally, you have goofed and the GM is going to make you pay for it.
Yes, this is where the adversarial stuff comes in. Because
yes, it comes in right away.
Fine work, again, to reiterate, this is what the surgeon also needs to plug your artery if it's bleeding, because it's fine work. Or to do brain surgery and stuff. I think a realistic approach, fine. Okay. Knowing about surgery and performing surgery is kind of a different thing. Scrubs told us that, but still, it's too granular for me. But let's read the botch in fine work. Oh boy, now you've done it. The character is completely messed up, breaking the object of the manipulation or damaging something vital around it. Every single skill reads like this at the botch. So every time you botch a roll, you're gonna fuck it up royally. So you really don't want to do that. So you almost need all of the skills, but if you have an attribute of 4, which is quite decent, we have learned that, and no skill in anything, you have 2 dice. If you have attribute of 3 and no skill, you have 1 die, because you round down. So if your character is knowledgeable about everything, they're gonna have 1 die. To hit a 10 or an 8 or something, if they are forced into rolling a skill, maybe fine work isn't something you would really forced into rolling. But a lot of these are just, hey, let's drive the car. I have 1 die. Oh, 8. Botch. The vehicle has crashed. End of statement. Thank you very much, game, for not telling me.
I want to try to play a game of this.
I don't. I really don't.
I really do.
No, I'm not that much.
I desperately want to do like a 1 hour one shot with this and see how bad it goes.
It would go really bad. I think
Captain's
it would go quite bad.
We have crashed our vehicle, shot ourselves in the foot, and when somebody tried to use a tricorder, it exploded. The Vulcan then attempted to mind meld with one of the creatures, and it backfired and blew his brain out the back of his skull.
Yes.
And now he's in full Ponfar.
Guys, I know that I'm being really nitpicky about the psionics, but it's just how they're written. It's fascinating.
Give it to
us. The botch on Mind Touch is crazy. So botch means that the initiator must undergo a stun attack whose die number is equivalent to the modified discipline characteristic of the intended target. The 6, 8, 10 task try code is used when you are actually touching the target, and there's a flat +4 mod if the initiator and the target are not in direct physical contact. Like,
you're getting an aneurysm just reading it out loud. Yeah.
I'm turning into the Micro Machines man. Anytime I read this book, it's so weird.
Launch, thank you very much. Inappropriate Mind Touch is great. That's a good one. That's a band name.
Look, we're gonna have to report you to HR for that. Okay, you're touching too many minds.
Yeah. Okay.
All the logic botches are really funny too. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Let's see here. If you botch computer programming, means the computer will respond with wildly inaccurate data and will delete important files with impunity.
You delete System 32 and the
I'm just trying to make an app for my phone, man. I don't know why it deleted everything.
Deleted core engine systems.
Oh no, we deleted somebody who was in the pattern buffer. I was just programming.
Oh no, I've accidentally deleted the inhibitor on the fucking holodeck. Now Abe Lincoln with an axe is out killing everyone.
Oh, maybe this is accurate to the show then. Yeah, you're right.
Oh my God, this is so good.
Fuck.
Oh my goodness.
And then astrogation, let me find it again. Botch and astrogation means the character tried to pilot the ship through the neutral zone or through the core of a burnt-out sun, or something equally fun.
Through the core of a burnt-out sun? What?
The botch on Mind Meld is crazy. So Mind Melds, okay. This is actually kind of accurate, and I do like this. So if you fuck up a Mind Meld, you take damage. But so if you hit minimal, you get a level of shared information that you get on a moderate success, but you also take stun damage, plus a number of stun boxes equal to the discipline characteristic of the target. you can get that information when you recover all the stun damage. And I really like that. I actually kind of want to use that for psionics and D&D. I like the idea that like that you read the mind of somebody who's very powerful, and even on a failure, you get that information, but you take damage equal to like hit dice or something.
Yeah, that's
but
fair.
if you fail, you result in the stun damage as described in the minimal SL description, but there is no effective transfer of information, so you just get stunned. And if you botch, it results in the same damage, but the period of recovery for
you cut out? Emery?
Emery?
I think you...
the stun... Am I still here?
Oh,
Hello?
Oh,
no.
You just cut out for a sec. It's fine.
I died. I died. Am I back?
Yeah, you are back.
Okay. So if you botch those mind melds, where did I cut out?
Yeah, I think you goofed on your roll. I think it was a botch on
I
communication.
did. I goofed my technology. Yeah, I goofed my communication roll. So, okay. So failure, you get no information, but you still take the same damage. And on a botch, the period of recovery for said damage is lethal. It is as if it was lethal. You roll once per day to recover that damage.
Yeah.
And if the character is still, the damage is still stun damage and should not be treated as lethal. But like, that is nuts. You could put a character in like medbay.
Yeah, you could, and you will. But you shouldn't do mind melts unless you're a Vulcan and have 10 dice in them, I guess.
Yes.
It's just the message of this
Fill
game.
out this consent form too.
Yep, and just to point this out, roll of 12 in this. If you have to go to 12 in any skill for complete success, that is 1 in 36. So to make that roll, you have to roll a 36 dice to mathematically easily make that. It's not or like half of that. It's math is complicated, but it goes higher than this in some cases because these are bases. And
I guess I'm gonna.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
once you add in all the penalties and modifiers, it gets ridiculous.
Let's say there's a few. Let's just go to combat. Scroll. We have guns and we have stuff, and at some point we're gonna see the combat modifiers, which are here. Which is 3 pages of combat modifiers.
Oh, it's outlandish.
Yeah.
Goodness.
So you have to take into account if you have where you have been running, where the enemy has been running, how big the target is. By the way, if the target is huge, it's just -4. But if you have been, if it's big, huge is greater than 30 meters tall wide. So it's a house. Is what huge is. And if you are moving erratically while firing at a house, you will be at base difficult to hit it again, which is interesting to me. I could run past the house and shoot and probably hit it. But point being, if these go up above 12, you basically can't make a complete success unless you're lucky.
Yeah, this is like if you're even moving or you're jittery and the target's behind cover and the target is dodging.
Yeah.
And the target is very small, you're fucked.
Yes, you are. And
you're completely fucked.
You have also what the defender is doing is also its own thing, and what the situation is its own thing, and sometimes they repeat each other. I don't know why. And yeah, good luck hitting anything. Also,
I don't like this is a specific thing about old game design that I think new gamers don't hit very frequently. And new system gamers, old gamers don't even hit this anymore. But there used to be a thing, and it's in the melee combat table down there that you scrolled past, and that is you have difficulty fighting multiple opponents at a -1 modifier or a +1 modifier per each. So the way, if this is supposed to be very very rude and DM versus player, then all they have to do is gang up on you with 6 triples and they could beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, indeed.
Essentially, yeah. And those triples are hard to hit because they're small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Triples are OP. Also, this is okay. I have to say it's 1 page per kind of combat. I actually misread this. And this is just the thrown and parabolic arc combat table. So throwing grenades. Which I don't think in the whole fucking show anyone ever threw a grenade. Kirk threw a rock at the Gorn. That's the most throwing that ever happened. But what I want to get at is above here. So we have ranges, right? That's nice. And that's the last thing I want to touch on, and we're getting back to character creation now.
I'm reading through some of the weapons, and dang, it's weird. The art gets worse as the book goes on.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah, it does.
It deteriorates.
But let me just talk really briefly about your genetics, people.
Oh.
Because
okay.
It turns out in this game, your genetics determine how good of a shot you are.
Mm-hmm.
This is beyond everything that we talked about. You can have maximum in accuracy and maximum in guns, and have 12 dice or whatever that means. And it's yeah, it would be 18. It would be 9 dice. 9 dice. It's your maximum if you have 12 in a skill. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't also bought the sniper feature, you can never fire at people at extreme range, or never hit. I should say you can probably shoot, but you will automatically miss.
Makes sense to me. I mean,
and if you haven't bought the, I have a hot shot. It's another thing. You have to buy both.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone in Starfleet can hit at moderate range. If you buy the first level upgrade, you can hit it long, and if you buy the next one, you can go to extreme. But you can only ever buy these at character creation. You cannot learn them later.
Huh.
And that is, it seems weird to me. Because, I mean, do people in the real world, if you go to the military, first day they put you up there and they tell you to shoot the distant target. If you can't hit, then you can't be a sniper?
Actually, that is actually kind of true to an extent. So you do go through marksmanship, and they will assign you to different things, or more accurately, ask to assign you. So if you go through marksmanship and you're scoring like all aces, they will say, "Hey, we can recommend you to the sniper program and do this, this, and this," or you can do what members of my family have done, say, "No, I'm good. Fuck that. I don't want to lay in a hole." For a week on end.
But I contend that most people can get good at target shooting. They might not be actual sniper level training ever, but
but you can take somebody who's a moderate marksman and train them up to work at long distance, and that's not that hard.
Yeah. Indeed.
No, it's really not.
In this game, it costs about half your total character points that you get at the start to be a sniper. So we will suck at everything except shooting automatically. And but what you get for that, and that's another thing I just really like always about these games. How many combat situations really happen at 800 meters? So half a mile, give or take, versus quarter of a mile. They make you spend half your points for something that won't matter. Not to mention that if you have a pistol
for the flex.
Yeah, for the flex. Not to mention that you still have to have the right gun, obviously, because pistols have shit range. I would say 23 meters is pathetic. Hitting someone accurately with a pistol is possible at longer ranges than this. Modern pistols, I mean, that we have today.
Looking at a modern ballistic pistol, range topping out at 25 meters, that's far, but you can hit beyond that.
Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah.
Again, you paid half your character progression at the start to be a sniper, so I would say, make these ranges longer. Engagement ranges are pretty long. Agreed, and I am thinking in terms of the show. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but you're either on a starship where you have corridors, and it's not going to be hundreds of meters long corridors because you don't build it like that, or you're on a planet. And that could be anything, but you're not really in a war, fighting a war. Usually, you wouldn't beam down 4 dudes with guns to fight the war for them. That's not what you do in this game. You're basically playing a away mission, the game. So having all this focus on it is weird and just not unnecessary. They could have just given you this table and not given you the other rules, and it would have been a better game. That's my whole point.
On top of that, I mean, I would just rather, personally use a system almost like Genesis, to kind of get that Star Trek vibe, because most of what you're doing is going to be taking place on the ship and talking to each other and talking to other people and working with the Starfleet members and meeting new races, weird beings. The first episode of Next Generation is all about fucking meeting some weird.
But Emery, no, that the game they wrote is about beaming to some place that's actually a combat zone and doing something.
Yeah.
Which
I think you could do, you know.
Yeah. It's not in the spirit of this, but yeah.
I mean, Janeway is a war criminal.
Yeah, she is.
So yeah.
Oh.
You could definitely be a horrible monster who creates thousands of dead bodies in your wake, thousands upon millions. But you know.
Then taking a step back and looking just at the combat system in relation to like what your expectations would be from Star Trek. Okay, so we do a Star Trek combat game. What's the distance that most of the combat happens in the Star Trek series? Pretty close.
Yeah, it's a room more or less.
So yeah, like even when they're on a planet beamed down, well, okay, the Gorn is not a kilometer away.
Yeah.
No, they're usually
not
like
throwing the rock that far.
Yeah, because that's not conducive to your story if the combat is like that.
Exactly.
And you can't film it either.
It just feels like they just ran into this with suppositions that anybody who loves Star Trek would not come into it with at all, even if they're like, I want to do military Star Trek. Cool, then where are the railguns?
And yeah, Raunch, I agree. I don't think they didn't play RPGs. I think they played war games, because this is, I think, the war game writers writing the RPG.
Oh yeah,
totally. Yeah, these are guys who wrote, like their company oeuvre is almost exclusively Star Trek and almost exclusively war games outside of this game and its iterations.
Yeah, more or less.
Actually, launch Warhammer players did write an RPG, and it's pretty okay.
I agree. They have two actually, and they're both pretty
perfectly
okay.
Fine.
And so
they're pretty okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So but hey, I'm going to throw out some cred here. I'm gonna hit it on the table. This is not Warhammer players. This is chainmail players writing RPG.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it definitely is.
This reads like D&D Basic, where it's incredibly combat focused and there's kind of a light role playing element, but really the focus is on how you're moving your mini and how you're moving around doors.
Yeah, indeed.
It's rough. It's rough.
So rough.
And
I don't want to play
Here's something I did find when I was searching around briefly. Let's find it. There is actually a page that gives the racial stats for all the non-Federation.
Oh yeah, we would have gotten.
Yeah,
we will get to that.
And I was just like, what? Why didn't you just offer this at the start?
Because you can't play them.
Yeah, just let me be a Gorn.
But you can't play them. As per,
So silly.
I'm gonna send this image into the Discord because this guy, I'm obsessed with him now. Okay. I'm utterly obsessed with this man. I want no other than him.
Yes, give it to me.
Yes, just him.
Yes.
His vibes are immaculate.
Yes. He knows what he has, and he's flaunting it hard.
He's so smug. Look at him.
The hooked thumb to the belt, to the
whatever
this is called, is so good. Yeah,
he's got the wide belt,
the eye patch. He works.
The bodysuit is just loose enough.
Yeah, he clearly works out. No hair. This is a total alpha move. Yeah, this is Picard in his younger years, if he had been a pirate.
Picard in his younger years cosplaying as Gambit or something.
I love it. I want to play this, man. I want to use this as like an image to get like a commission done. Because it's so good.
The pose is a winner. I would say it for sure. The pose is a real winner. Yeah. And this grin. This is good. I agree.
He looks like a cereal box mascot from like the 40s.
This is Mr. Cleaner after the war. This is Mr. Cleaner.
This is post-crisis Mr. Clean.
What is
I love this art.
On infinite cleansers.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah. And he's at the bar and he's drinking. This is everything about this. Yeah, there's no hair.
I also like this
Launch,
guy.
Launch, this is so good. Under this bodysuit, there's no hair at all.
I also like him. He's all right. He's got a vibe.
You know what I just realized? Where does the suit even begin? I think it's this.
I think it's a Buck Rogers thing. I mean, I think it's like a 2-part suit where he's wearing like an undersuit.
Yeah, but does it go up here to the neck? I mean, it has this thingy, I guess. I don't know. It's unclear. I guess it's somewhere in the shadow. God. It would have the opening to the suit. Or alternatively, all of this is a suit and there's no opening. I don't know which would be better. Zentai Man.
I don't know.
Zentai Man.
I feel like it's almost like Spider-Man's Homecoming suit, where it's very loose and then he slaps the button and it sucks up to him.
That's a plug suit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's what the button on his chest is for.
Yeah, Fish. Sometimes Twitch fucks up. You have to refresh if it stops. Yeah. Okay.
I like the other guy you posted too. I can just imagine him with like a little top hat, like a little steampunk top hat.
Oh yeah. He's
a cigar.
Also, I mean, this is classic alpha beta mentality here.
Okay, this is kind of weird.
It's a trap.
I'm actually kind of loving the equipment design. I know we got to get to character creation, but some of this equipment design is actually really good. Yeah. Like, I kind of like it. I would definitely got its own vibe. It should be Star Trek, but
the equipment section is pretty nice overall. It's also where you find how fucked you are if you ever get into a fight in this game. But
my old obsession is gone. New obsession is here.
What? Oh yeah,
he's even more smug. Oh my god!
But I will put forward this question: how about this body with this face? I think it's the pose. I think this face is better than this face. Yeah, but this pose, he's
100%.
I was even go so far this suit with this pose.
I could see it.
Like Zap Brannigan, the early years.
Shit, this would be a great game to play as because you're
incompetent. Oh my god, this would be so good.
You could play the Zap Brannigan ship and
Wait a minute, the guy with the little mustache, he looks exactly like Kip.
Yeah, there's Kip.
Did they play this
Oh
game?
My god, this is the best.
Sir.
This is the hidden link. Matt Groening was really into Prime Directive.
We found it. Oh my god!
It's everything.
He also looks a lot like what's his face? I think it's Kui from Dragon Ball, the little purple guy who makes fun of Vegeta.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
I mean,
they were Dragon Ball fans too, apparently.
Yeah. God damn it, this is so good. Yeah, but I would play this. I would play this as a goof on Zap Brannigan's ship. That would be great.
That'd be so much fun.
Alpha team, go down, fight the killbots. But do we have guns? No, we just want you to fill the kill quota, so they shut down. Fuck.
I'm mad that there's so much like quality art in here, like this Vulcan I found, that you then just pass over for like really shitty basic stuff. Like this is like really good classic like artwork for tabletops. Like the cross hatching and the shading on this is so good. Like I would put that in a book that I wrote. That looks super good.
Yeah.
Also, they've reused this clip art of the Starship Enterprise like 15 fucking times.
Yeah, they should have that in there a lot if they had room.
In
the equipment section, I would say it's always just a big bonus. We're just if you actually draw the equipment,
Oh yeah.
Feel to
that's one thing I like about. It's like the big perk to a lot of military RPGs is everybody gets really good with the technical drawing of equipment, objects, etc.
Yeah. Also very GURPS. GURPS has this as well. This could be, all of this could be in the GURPS book, right? Makes sense.
They have a GURPS book for it.
I know, but all this art's probably in it, I would assume.
Ooh, assault armor. Oh man. Assault armor, so we can pepper away at them.
Awful. This doesn't look awful.
It doesn't. Definitely the best part about this book is, in my opinion, is the art. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, there's some. I mean, okay, some of it is not the best, but most of it is
They
really good.
reuse a lot of art and a lot of their clip art, but I mean, they're fine.
Yeah,
they're fine.
Okay.
He doesn't look right. There's something about him. Oh, a close up. Yes. Is that a dragon?
I really.
Was that a fucking dragon up there?
It's a gorn. What dragon? What?
No. There's like a fucking straight up dragon. Scroll up.
Scroll past.
Yeah,
Balkans.
go up a little bit.
Oh, these guys. Yeah. The Chromax, I guess. Oh, that's the dwarves. Heldarians, reptilian race.
Yeah.
Dragon people. Yeah. Why not?
Radical.
Big scalies.
Well, pretty good.
Pretty good. They also said this dwarf clip art to put in. Humanoid dwarfs, they even say it. Because these guys... I
don't like the term Zuli. I feel like that's a strange slur. I don't like that.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't like it either.
Terrifying. I don't like it. I don't like their art either. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, can we get to character generation now?
We can.
I'm so sorry that I have done this to you.
No, this is the best tangent ever. Best tangent
I love
ever.
how they drew the Kazin, but I always love Kazin.
Yeah, I'm curious if they paid for that, or if they just used them anyway.
Oh, it's because Kazin became part of Star Trek canon in the cartoon series.
Oh, you're right. They had that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's yeah. I'm a bit of a nerd about Ringworld and everything related to it.
I do love Ringworld.
I love it.
Okay, character creation. So you get some skills for free. You get these skills at 1.
That's not bad. I mean, you get all of your basics.
You get, and then you have points. I don't really. You get points and you pay to have your stuff raised. It's fine. It works as a system. My issue is that you end up. One basic thing. People should be one of these rules. One of these 6 kinds of thing. You don't have to have all of them, but you should be in one. And you need one commander. There must be there. And then, according to the mission, you have engineers, you have marines, you have science guys, you have medical, and you have psionics maybe. That's you people. And they need to have a 6 in their respective attribute, of which is leadership for command, technical for engineering, discipline for marines. So your fighting guys have to be really good at resisting stun damage and so on, and also taking orders, because they're red shirts, you send them in to die, which is, I feel, on point. General knowledge for science, not logic. Medical is also general knowledge, and psionic is discipline. It must be Vulcan, so these guys probably, not many of them around. But that's important to know, because most of your stats are not going to be at 6 to start, so you have to raise one of them to be... Like, for example, best leadership you can have as a human, I think, is like 4 or something. Yeah, you can get a +1, so it could be 4 in leadership. So the most likely candidate for commander is always going to be a human, because you have to pay the least points. And, if you have a 1 on a stat, you can't raise it at creation. And raising it later costs you double points.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's pretty extreme.
No Vulcan can ever be intuitive. It is impossible.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. Vulcans are terrible at gambling.
Yep. that's the real
Yes, that logic and mathematics based thing, gambling.
Yeah.
That thing that is completely based on odds.
That is accidental, but they basically did it at the data in TNG. The data could obviously count the cards a billion times, but they always would fall for the bluff.
Well, yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
And of course, obviously, you can't play. You have to poker with data, because in blackjack he would likely be able to just.
You can't play poker with a fucking Vulcan either. They'll just take a +4 penalty to their roll, and then they'll fucking mind touch you.
I mean, then they might fall unconscious for days, because you're actually a disciplined guy. Who knows?
Yeah. What if I try to mind meld? Yeah, I was playing poker with Jim, and he was ridiculously strong in the brain. Knocked me right out.
Are you sure he was strong or just drunk?
Yeah, I think it would be obvious if you mind meld with someone because you have to touch their face.
Well, hold on. There is mind touch that you can do without touching them.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That is possible. Yeah, you
Okay,
can do that. Mind meld, you have to rub all over them.
Yeah. Okay, that
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Oh,
okay, yeah. Okay, let's get back to it.
Like I said, there's too many. There's mind scan, mind touch, mind meld.
Yeah. And you get depending what you choose for your starting guy. So you get +1 to your leadership if you want to start as a command, and you get 2 negotiation, and you get +1 regulations. Engineers get 1 technical and 2 computer, and so on. Everyone gets something. Fair enough. Oh. Highlight my message. Rub all over them. What? What do I rub?
I made the joke about mind melds being rubbing all over them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
It's true. That's what you do. It's factually what
That's
they do.
Vulcans have to do to mind meld with the Kazin. They have to rub all over them like a cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just pet them.
Command division characters never select one of the following. Okay, so then you can pick a specialization, which gives you some more points. And after you have picked all these, you then get 3 points. But before we get to 3 points, we have to talk about rank.
Yes, please.
Okay, and now my eyes...
It's fairly stinky.
My eyes and my mind glazed over when I try to read this, and I can't tell you what it is.
Okay.
But what it boils down to is everyone has a rank, and everyone in the party is basically beholden to everyone above them in rank. And we talked about that before. And there's a shit ton of ranks, so you can be.
So how do we roll these ranks? They say roll it, but is it like 2d6? Is it like
Drake?
1d6?
Do you know? Can you help me?
It's seniority. It says roll 2d6.
Let's see here. You look back over the section because I read it 3 times this morning. I was like, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to just roll 2d6. I'm going to see my rank as a Vulcan Psionics Master. Let's see. Let's check this out.
But yeah, they have these tables for it.
Yeah, these tables, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, it's on the tables
below.
Shit,
I'm a fucking captain. Well, that's all right. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it all depends on what you picked. So, like naval medical, if you rolled a 12, you're an ensign.
Why can you be a captain? The game says you can't be a captain and be...
You can be a marine captain.
Oh, it's a marine captain. Marine captain, that's nothing. That's okay.
You could be, let's see here, the maximum for naval looks like lieutenant commander, but if you're a marine, you can be a captain or a major.
Yeah,
if you're a field commander.
So I'm a psionics master marine captain with a seniority of 6. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah. So you would be... Oh, yeah. So you could potentially even be as senior as your field commander.
And my starting seniority is fucking 31 for being a captain. Damn, 37 seniority. That's pretty good.
And to their credit, they mention in great detail, like what ranks are equivalent to what, thankfully, rather than just letting you figure it out.
My problem with all this is, why is this here? I don't care. I can't bring myself to care either. It's...
Well, if we did do that Futurama game, we would totally just make fun of it the whole time.
Of course, yeah. That's true.
Totally. Well, I'm a major, and what I say goes.
Yeah. But just to be clear here, so initial rank starts at page 22, and we are done with rank and seniority on page 25. So we have 3 full pages plus a bit dedicated to know who gets to command who at the table. That's very important information.
Oh my god.
Yep.
No, I'm looking at the initial characteristic skill improvement cost chart.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did some digging on that.
Let's call it the ICIP cost chart, which is kind of like the Insane Clown Posse chart, just a bit different. So it's the
Insane Clown Itinerant peoples.
Yes. Oh my
It's when ICP gets kicked out of Detroit.
So I think seniority also tells you how many points you get for your initial CIPs. Because I remember that being a thing. So if you want to play a noob if you happen to roll one, or if you want to play a guy who's just low on the totem pole, you are going to be a worse character automatically than people who have advanced, because clearly, as we all know, advancing up some sort of hierarchy like this, they always get the best people get promoted. Always.
Oh, it's completely meritocratic, of course.
100%. Yeah.
Of course.
This is actually something I really like. I know I keep bringing up Traveler, and I apologize, but Traveler is legitimately like one of the best sci-fi explorative games. If you want a really good Firefly RPG, go for that instead of the actual Firefly RPG. I know that sounds strange, but it's robust. And in character generation, you basically just, I don't know if either of you have played it, but you get to roll through your character's starting career. So, like, I remember the last character I played in Traveler, I rolled through the military academy, and I got really, really good. Like, I did 3 or 4 rolls, maxed out.
I'm not.
It was fantastic.
The biggest fan of rolling your backgrounds, but I think it's fine as an option.
No. The thing that I like about it is not that it's like, hey, roll your character, but it was roll what happened to your character, and so it's almost like a random encounter chart that says like, oh, you made a friend or you made a rival, you did really well, you scored super high, and now you get a bonus to your earnings when you muster into the military, and it's just it's such a cool idea to me. And then you have this.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw that you linked that. If people say mustache can't be sexy, then I would like to present the counter evidence right now.
Yeah, no, that guy's hot. That guy's like Saxton Hale. Yeah. Like he's going.
Yeah, and you just know that his shoulders go
that
about
man
to
needs
here
a
and
promotion.
here. This is just a really small head and a really big man.
Why is your Plinkett so good? It's perfect.
I didn't even realize I was
doing it. A lot of voices over the years. That's all.
No, I love this type of like this square jaw. Like, all right, men.
Yeah.
I want you to set phasers to stun.
This guy's leadership.
Like, I love it.
Phasers to cool.
Yeah, leadership 6.
Set phasers to smooth jazz.
Oh yeah. Okay, but
it's the guy I would want to play. Fuck Vulcan Psionics. I want to have that mustache.
Jaw can cut glass, ma'am.
You punch that guy in the jaw, your hand is going to disintegrate.
Okay, so you get initial.
I'm going to use him as a character.
Yeah,
I know
enough.
I am.
Do it. To their credit here again, you should point out when a game does something good.
Oh yeah.
This chart is basically what you use later on as well to buy stuff. So it's not like they made two charts to improve things. They just made one chart, and at the start you can buy the same things with it that you can buy later on. Which is,
I think it's fine.
One of the things Shadowrun did wrong, I feel, because they made building points in later karma, which were different things, and that's just unnecessary. Because then you have
just use one system.
You have to do all your internal math twice if you do it wrong. So why do it twice? It also always invites min-maxing, because if you had 2 different charts and something was, I don't know, raising attributes was cheaper here and less cheap later, then you would just get people who raise all points and attributes, don't care about my stats. If my character dies, I can make a new one. But if I go through, I will be more efficient in my points. Ooh, that's always just the worst. But okay, you get points here according to seniority in some manner. We don't have to go into it too much.
Yeah.
And this is certain characteristic of 1 is explained here. Did I want to let me get back to my notes? Did I want to write and talk about this?
Okay. Now I need to preface. This came out in 1993.
Yeah.
Now, do you know what came out in 1991 that would be a better fit for Star Trek?
Are you gonna say
Vampire the Masquerade?
Oh yeah, that would be yeah.
And the type of like loose narrative system that had been out for 2 years and was a smash hit.
Yeah.
So why you would go to this
Yeah, it is
It's
entirely
just
baffling.
baffling.
The only reason,
Yeah.
again,
Or even like just use Cyberpunk. Use Interlock. Interlock was out by now.
the only reason I see
Interlock
is
was too.
Interlock Unlimited is perfectly fine
Mm-hmm.
with better combat rules.
I have a best case scenario for this.
Mm-hmm.
My best case scenario, and I don't think this is real, but hey, maybe it is. Would be, hey man, TNG is successful. That game you have been writing for 20 years. Let's put it out now. Because that's the only way I can think of where you put these archaic systems into a game in 1993.
Yeah, it really just feels like it was a shelved piece.
Yeah.
Like even the formatting, this is not how things in the 90s were formatted. Nobody was formatting like this. This is 1970s.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really is.
How it's set out, the art quality, the tables, just even down to like the print scan is kind of 70s bad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so odd to me that it would be like this.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
really is
like
super odd.
even right down to just the font makes me think: is this keep on the Borderlands, like the original release?
Mm-hmm.
It is one again also a thing. If you don't know GURPS books from this time, they also look like this, and they also had this font. So I understand why they got in there. It might be just they knew a guy.
I'm gonna go all the way down to the bottom. I'm gonna try to look at the end pages. I want to see if there's any more publishing details.
Yeah.
Suitable for 2 or more players, ages 12 and older.
Oh God! Imagine playing this with 12-year-olds. That would be
I
impossible.
would fucking die. Oh, you get pre-gens at the back. I'm looking at Lieutenant Sergeant T-Pawn.
Yeah, you have pre-gen. Pre-gens are always nice.
Yeah.
Do I have anything more?
These skill sheets are fucking barren. If you look at the first or at like the pre-gen characters, like most of the spaces are blank.
I have the blank one open here right now. If you have nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, because they have 85 skills and not enough points to give them most skills. Yeah, that's how you end up. And by the way, Technical in general has free spaces, unlike other things, because that's where you put your hobby skills, which are not supposed to be useful.
Yep. Yep. Because your hobby skills are technical.
Yeah. I guess.
Man, this guy looks just fucking sad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at one of these characters and he just looks so depressed. Like, he doesn't want to be on this adventure. He doesn't want to be here. I just, like, him. Like, look at him. He doesn't want to be here. He looks like his wife left him.
Yep. I mean...
There's pain in those eyes.
Let me bring him up. I agree. Yeah, that eagle can't cheer him up.
Looks like he's from Con Air, and he was one of the inmates who didn't make it out.
I'm also very sorry to him, but this looks like a hairpiece made of wood that he's wearing on his head.
Yeah.
The shading, because it's so
that's very blocky.
Highlighted there. It's very blocky. Yeah, he looks...
When he's part of Black Eagle, he should be happier.
Oh yeah, all the teams, and you are supposed to give your team a cool name like Black Eagle or Red Panda.
What's our team?
I don't know.
What are we doing right now?
Rainbow Tribble, let's move out.
Rainbow Tribble, let's go.
I fucking hate Tribble so much. You've instantly made me into that man. I went from Mustache Chad to that man with the wood hairpiece in half a second. Mentioning Tribbles.
Are there more tidbits I want to point out? I could read the botch thing here, which I originally wanted to do, but I think
I'd love to go through the task attempts. I think they're nice. I think this wording is just.
Where do you mean here? This is where we are, or some other place?
I think where we are. I think where we are.
Success levels.
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah,
okay.
Success levels is perfect.
Yeah,
let's check these out.
Keep in mind again that usually you have to roll above a 6 to get a complete success. You can use the following guidelines to determine the general nature of successes at the various success levels. GM always It's always the final arbiter concerning the effects that any particular success level bring about. Success level bring about is? Okay, that's grammar wrong, I think. The effects any particular success level brings about. Yeah, okay, they forgot an S. It's fine. Complete success. Zowie. That's very 90s. You got it just right. That's pretty much the end of the story. The damaged shuttle is fixed and it zips on towards the destination. Target is zapped, the guard is bribed, the enemy sentinel is spotted, etc. Don't you love it when the plan comes together? That's very 90s. Quoting
That's
Hannibal.
A-Team.
Yeah, that's A-Team. Moderate success.
That's like 70s and 80s.
That's
fuck?
70s. Yeah, these people live in the 70s. I can only...
Why did they reference the A-Team?
Because they are... this would be a better A-Team
That's what they
game
want to play, I
than
think.
it would be a Star Trek game. This was the
Star Trek A-Team game.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate those teeth that creature has that you sent, Drake. I despise it.
I'm just like,
oh God,
you
no.
can play a dinosaur, but it looks like derpy.
No.
You remember the Dentastix commercials with dogs with the human teeth? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like he's wearing dentures from his grandpa. His grandpa, the dinosaur.
He also looks kind of sad. There's pain in his eyes. He's not happy to be here. That's a scream of anguish.
Yeah, that's just an empty smile, and he's not really into it. Yeah.
His sad war cry.
Yes, Wookie cry. This art, fuck. Yeah. Again, the art is the best part of this game. So moderate success. Moderate successes is one step down from complete successes. Wouldn't it be R? But whatever. With a moderate success, you have made significant progress towards your task goal, whatever that might be. It's a very rough guideline. Assume that
they totally wrote that separately.
Approximately a third of whatever it is the character was attempting. So we have gone again from going from 100% to 30% or 33%. But it's just, it's not really much easier to get a moderate success than it is to get a complete one. So it's kind of off. If it was half, I would be more into it, or with more art. Yes, this could be. Just make it black
fascinating.
and white. Just make it black and white.
What it reminded me of?
Make it black and white, and we have. You want to play the
okay.
I play the baby because I love the baby in that show.
I fucking hate dinosaurs so much. I think I've said I hate this so much multiple times, but this show, it deserves it. Things from that era I don't like. Dinosaurs, the rock biter.
It's terrible.
Let's get back to the game.
Okay. Yes.
So then we have more waffling about what you did. So you didn't quite fix the shuttle, but you're getting there. So, and you have minimal success. Minimal successes is a step down from moderate, which isn't great. But it's light years better than some of the results described below. So we're getting to the first hint of where this writer actually had this hard set. When you succeed minimally, you at least got some part of the task accomplished where you wanted to. Minimal successes is just that. You have accomplished at least amount. So we are repeating ourselves.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
this has been written multiple times over
like
2 different weeks.
Yeah, no editor.
Yeah.
Assume that the minimum success achieved about 10% of whatever it was. The third sentence, please use just this one. Well, the shuttle won't get us back to the ship, but it might still get us out of the desert. Okay, that's an example. Failure. You have goofed, and the GM is going to make you pay for it. Thank you very much. The results could be anywhere between embarrassing and deadly. Again, I would like to point out, this is the failure. This is not the botch. This is the failure.
Yeah, it's the botch.
So embarrassing and deadly, depending upon the situation. In a failure situation, where you fail to get even a single D6 roll at the number required for minimal success, you have achieved 0% of what you are attempting to do. If you are trying to make a fix of something, you don't. If you are trying to remember or check to see if you knew something, then you can't or don't. If you are trying to do something like drive or shoot or whatever, then you crash or miss or whatever. thank you, game. And
Huh.
and
I
now,
like using whatever a lot in your writing. It really shows that you don't care.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very true. And now the botch. If your best number was half or less, rounded down, of the number you needed in your tricos for minimal success, then you have botched. So it's not just ones, it could be twos and threes even. Basically,
Really, that's way easier than even getting a failure by my reading.
Basically, you have really goofed up in a big way, and extraordinary bad things are going to happen. Shuttles fall from the skies, phaser bursts hit friends, equipment being repaired blows up, completely incorrect information is treated as gospel truth, trick-drawn weapons
just
fly
Twitter.
out of hands. Yes, indeed. And negotiation attempts end up insulting an ambassador's mother. You get the idea. Sometimes the GM can think of more than one terrible thing that could happen in a botch situation.
Oh boy.
And in those cases, he might randomize the awful possibilities. You botched a phaser shot? Hehe. Okay, here's the deal. Roll a d6. On 1 and 2, you shoot the medtech, giving first aid to the Marine. On a 3, you shoot the Marine. On a 4, you shoot through the open hatch on the shuttle. And on a 5, you shoot yourself in the foot. And on a 6, it's something even worse they haven't thought of yet. Thank you very much, game. This is the person writing this, thinking about how much fun they would have if someone botched. Once again, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Remember, as with all SL determination, the GM is the final arbiter of what happens in a failure or botch situation.
I just love how this is written almost like a Tumblr post.
Yeah.
Even including like the hey.
Yeah. And then, because they realized what they just wrote, kind of, although botch may sound absolutely devastating by the capital B botch.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to.
You know what would be more effective than that? Just literally listing an example chart that you would write up.
For the example, is right here.
Yeah.
Players should note that it is all but impossible to botch unless you are doing one of 3 of the following things. First,
you have bad dice luck. That's the first one.
Yeah.
The first one is it's impossible to do unless your luck's bad. What the fuck do you mean?
I'm gonna go back to that in just a sec. So first, it's almost impossible to have bad luck. We have established this now. Trying something you know full well is hard to do. So
players never do that.
Yeah. Also, you're telling me your story shouldn't have stakes.
Yeah, heroes never try to do things that are hard.
Trying an unstoppable skill test. Unsupported skill test, avoid those at all costs. But this means is you don't have a skill, you only have stat, because then you take half you still do the normal math, and I think you subtract as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, and to just point this out once more, the base fighting skill check is 468, meaning if all your dice show 1s and 2s, you have botched.
You've botched, yep.
By fighting.
And then you miss your punch and you fly off a cliff because I rolled a 6.
Not just that could be a failure, but on the botch you kill a friend probably. Something like that.
You punch your friend in the back of the head and they have like a seizure and die.
Accidentally mind melt with them and take stun damage.
You mind melt with him, his head explodes like it's in scanners and you get knocked out for a week.
Again,
oh my god.
So it is super likely to do this because again, most skill checks will be adjusted upwards if the DM wants to, because I don't know, it's foggy while you try to repair the warp core. The situation is just fucked, so it's harder. So all of a sudden, if your base roll is 6 you need, it's 3s. If it's all 3s or below, where you get a botch. And you don't have that many dice. So it is very possible that this happens. Botches are going to be very common in this game. Especially if you have low attributes and skills and you are forced to do something. So, yeah, not great. This is really where this game fails. In completely, if you ask me. In terms of just the mechanics.
It's so rough.
So rough.
This feels like somebody, like you said it before, looked at Shadowrun and said, I can do that, and proceeded to do nothing that Shadowrun did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just feels exactly like that. Because whenever I see a D6 system, I'm like, okay, there's 2 ways you can go. You can go the Shadowrun way, or you can go the West End Games way.
Oh,
And when you go the West End Games way, you know, there's some stuff you can do with it to make it your own. But when you go the Shadowrun way, it's really hard to just do something that is different and still be good.
I will say, Shadowrun kind of works like this, except there's no try code. There's just success. The success number divided to it, and more dice on success mean more good. It's simpler to do. Because the math in this, when they explain the try code, they have to really make sure you understand that the first number has to be lower than the second, and the second number has to be lower than the third. And if you adjust it down, the lowest you can be is 1, 2, 3. It can never be lower than that. Meaning that if you have the easiest task in the world is still a 50% chance on one dice to not make completely. By the way. So no, I guess actually 33%. Whatever.
That is so crazy.
And Shadowrun does one more small little detail thing that makes that these people in quotation marks solve that Shadowrun, specifically second edition, I would say there, because that's the last time they used exploding sixes. In Shadowrun, if your die explodes, you just roll it again and add together, not -1. So a 7 on the target number is the same as a 6, and that's more forgiving than what this system does. Because in this system, you can roll a 6 and be like, yeah, a 6, I can roll again. Roll a 1 and then you get nothing. Good day, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess I still fizzy lifting drinks.
Yeah.
I can't believe I get nothing.
Yeah, you get nothing. Good day. And isn't that the worst feeling in the world? I need this one die. I need the one die to show an 8. So I hit the guy. I can make it. And then you roll a 1. And then it doesn't work. And you
shoot your friend.
And I guess you sort of make it because you still get a 6, but
you just kind of wing his shoulder a little bit, but dang, that's...
Yeah. You mess up his makeup.
Yeah, kinda.
How dare you?
Okay. I could...
That is so wild.
Do you guys have anything? I've been bringing us through this book a lot. Do you have anything you want to point out? In particular?
I'm consistently astonished by combat and how they do things and just what they're doing. Like, there's a concept that is position that I find fascinating to wargamers. And this is on page 66. So I know we're jumping a little bit down to it, but like
I'm kind of done with character creation.
So the relative position of the characters is vitally important to determine who can do what to whom, which is, after all, the point of combat. Okay, what? Characters making ranged attack with guns and other projectile weapons need to know if they can see their targets, and if they can, they need to know in game terms how much harder it is to hit a target crouching behind a wall 100 meters away in the dark than it is to hit a character standing stock still 2 meters in front of you. Okay, so there are rules for position, but wouldn't you be using minis? You would know.
Kinda. Firstly, you would know.
Yeah.
Secondly, if you aren't using minis, it's probably a long-range combat.
Yeah.
And then I don't.
This is a wargame company, but then their combat rules are not wargamey. Like all of their crunch goes into a system that says no, we're just not gonna give you any information.
Yeah, there's
do what you want. Like, that's strange.
I don't think there's rules for miniatures in this. And
by the way, not only that, the rules for position are fucked away in a weird example. They're not like, hey, this is how position works. They have to, for the position part of their turn, Peltier and Adriana rightfully know how far away the sentries are from them, how they are facing, and what sort of terrain is around and between them. What the fuck? Just tell me how position works. Stop giving me this information in this roundabout way.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
But you need to read a one-page combat example to understand our great system.
I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid to understand it otherwise.
Yeah, clearly. Oh yeah, by the way, small tidbit just on the side. You can botch your initiative roll, not have a turn.
Yes. No turn for you. Imagine rolling a nat 1 on your initiative and the DM looks at you and says you get nothing.
Yeah. And you roll
I
initiative
want to start
every
doing
turn.
that as a house rule now. That actually sounds really funny.
And
Well, with this system, would be you have to leave the room now. Not
You run away.
just leave.
Can we find this out? I only glossed past this, but I wonder. The worst possible character for combat would be the guy who has 1 die for initiative and then can roll a 1 every turn to never have a turn. And I want to be that guy. I want to be just standing there like Professor Farnsworth, not understanding why
Sorry,
we are fighting.
guys, I didn't do anything.
Hey,
I missed.
Shit. Okay, where's initiative in this? This book does not have a glossary, by the way, which is just great. Because why would you need a glossary for 100 pages of rules? That's I don't know why I would. I would kind of like it.
Why would you ever need that?
So right, time. Characters, order.
It's a waste of primo book space.
Oh my god.
Because we have to have 50 examples of characters that you could play in this amazing game instead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, damage, by the way, damage and armor is pretty easy, though also pretty killer. Your HP are single digit. I don't know exactly what stats it is, but I think you add 2 stats together, HP. And then you have your stats. So if your gun hits you, let's say your lethal hand phaser hits you, it does 6 damage if you do a complete success. And then if you have less HP than that, you are dead or will die soon. And if it doesn't hit you completely, it's 4, and if it only grazes, it's 2. And armor subtracts its armor class from that, basically. So if you have 3 armor and get grazed with a lethal 1 phaser, you don't take damage. And that is the rules. And this is just how much energy in the gun it takes. It's 100 shots. 1 shot lethal takes 6, blah, blah, blah. Easy enough. Works well enough. That part is not a problem. It's very, very, very killer. Also, it has the methane flamethrower for some reason, because there's a methane-breathing species in it. I immediately called the hydrogen methane discharger the fart gun in my head.
The toot pistol.
Yeah, the toot pistol. Think of this as you keep burning. So if this hits you at all, you are dead. Is what the takeaway is there.
Oh, great, good to know. Good to know that there's just like a very long instant kill. You're already dead. You just don't know.
Usual phaser discharge. You hear it in the distance, and everybody's like, "Oh no, not the methane!"
Not the methane. Yes, but it is short range. So just you hope you have a sniper in your party, so they can shoot the guy.
Oh, and they even have grenades.
Yeah, they have lots of grenades.
I feel that was like a D tier Blue Sky animation joke.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I don't know.
Or Illumination.
Might be.
Anyways.
Oh yeah, of course. Things get harder if you take damage. If you have any damage at all, everything is 1 harder. If you have a bit more damage, it's 2 harder. If you're close to dying, it's the basic thing to do anything is a 7 instead of a 4.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And this, once again, we looked at Shadowrunner and just like, oh, okay, why don't we do what they did? Not do it the same way at all.
Bad,
you can damage objects, which we really need a chart for, because the GM can't be trusted to know how much leather.
They go on about it like eye-sized hole.
Leather. Yeah. What is a leather door? What is a leather door? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, it's just like a flap in like a primitive society where you just have a tanned leather flap that you would go through.
Oh, I have to shoot that. Okay. If you can cut.
Almost like a tarp.
I needed rules for cutting leather in my game about space
an eye hole in leather. You need rules for cutting glory holes into everything.
Oh my god, that's what it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, you cut an eye hole into your armored fighting vehicle.
I'm sorry, 1 or 2 centimeters in diameter. That's not a glory hole. So we need to get to.
We're talking about aliens here.
Yeah. 30 cm square. So
that needs to. Yeah, you need to expand that a little bit.
We can give a better the Bad Dragon Man we found earlier for this 30 cm square. Oh my god, this fucking game. I'm hoping I'm getting the initiative rules.
I love how there's no holes between 2 centimeters and 30 centimeters.
Yeah.
Only those 2.
I think it's
so actually there are no glory holes in the Prime Directive universe. That's true. You can only create a 2 centimeter or 30 centimeter.
It's only good for the Rigelians or whatever. The Alpha Centaurians outlawed them.
This is one of the best examples. Classic thing you put in a game you will never use. Because, hey DM, how hard is it to shoot a hole into this wall? Oh, let me consult the chart. No one's gonna look. No one's gonna try to find this. And on page
I don't
86,
mind charts for damaging like objects, but in this way, it's useless.
Yeah. Especially if
either
you
have
put
it
a
be
table
damaged or
man-sized
undamaged.
hole.
You need is general rules. Which say okay, objects have a hardness rating, which is their armor, and they have hit points, which is their
it's done.
when they are destroyed.
Yeah,
and there you go. That's what you actually need. But this is very 70s again, in that it gives you this.
By the way, even in old D&D that came out in the fucking 70s, you had like bend bars, lift gates, and you had breaking objects as a skill. So when you really get down to that, it's just like it is now, where 1 or 2 attempts is going to get you through a door, depending on your level.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're high level, you can get through steel doors. If you're low level, you can get through, gates and wood doors. Done.
And then through man-sized holes. Yep.
Yeah. Now the question is, can I rip a man-sized hole in a man?
Yeah. That's philosophical.
Can I be I just want to be a Gorn.
Do you have philosophy skill and with your character? Because that's a philosophy.
Yes, I'm a Gorn philosopher.
Okay, fair enough.
Gorn philosopher.
Roll your 3 dice.
Ripping people, ripping manholes and people using your mind powers.
Interestingly, I've never been asked about glory holes in D&D. So I don't know if there's
Well,
rules.
I mean, it's assumed.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
What else are the dwarves going to do?
Exactly. And if you have a Modron in the party, they'll just ask, what is this for?
Nah.
There should never be a Modron in the party. They disgust me.
Why isn't it square?
Well, that's why they're asking. They're a total square.
Oh. Hate Modrons. I don't like their lips. It's the worst.
That's the whole,
or their cartoony
joke.
eyes.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting to energy, kinetic, edged.
Yeah.
All that armor.
Yeah. Then it's a realistic game.
They're sequential. Yeah.
Obviously, your phaser is going to do different kinds of damage than your sword.
God, did Shadiversity write this armor set? This sounds like something that idiot would write.
Hello, I am Shad.
I don't know.
All right. Now, what you're going to talk about is all right. Okay. The different types of blunt and edged weapons interact with armor differently. Okay.
Yeah. Surest sign of
if I could delete one YouTube channel.
Surest sign of Heartbreaker RPGs always if they have very intricate armor rules 100%. And
they're done. Nobody wants to look at that. Intricate armor and weapon rules are absolutely useless. Yep. Would I like to be able to variate my damage type with certain weapons, like a longsword? Yeah, because that's what they're built to do. But would I tell somebody to put that in so I have to have 5 different damage types listed for a longsword? No.
No.
Yeah, but what if I turn it 90 degrees to hit someone with the blunt edge, a blunt side?
That would be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I would love a fighting style that did that.
This is okay. We are getting a character advancement, which makes sense why our alpha man is here, because he did a lot of that clearly. But the fun part about
I'm here
this,
to improve you.
The fun part, which we have to go to get to know. So
at least I can look at him.
Character advancement, right?
Yes.
So we have seniority and stuff, and again, this is gonna also go up as you do missions. And you can have codes for how hard the mission is, how important it is. Blah, no one cares. But what you also have is allowances for if your party doesn't do well. You know, if you watch the mission, and then this is also another really fun one.
Do you lose XP?
You lose reputation, and you get less.
And you take away people's levels.
And you get less. You get less XP for this. But more importantly, it can be far worse. So now listen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm sorry, I'm losing the idea of like we went on a Code 1 mission and we fucking botched it because we lost all our rolls. Okay, Jim, your mind meld power goes down a level and you suck.
I don't
know if you can, but I think it's
It isn't quite that, but just wait for it. It's also going to be good.
Okay.
So-
They were going to originally call this section character regression instead.
So
This is
obviously,
where they copied Vampire the Masquerade in the humanity system.
obviously, your overall success rate at the mission is also rated in the 5 categories we already know. So you can completely do a mission right, you can moderately do it right, you can minimally do it right, you can fail it, and you can botch it. And you then consult your handy dandy chart for how bad things are. So a simple mission, code 6, can only give you so much rep, but you can also only lose so much rep. And this is essentially your professional reputation is what you lose and gain. You don't actually gain skills. However, if you are at a level where your rep is minus 100 or more, you have to roll on the captain's review table. And and the following things can happen. And you always roll 3d6 on a 468 tri-code. So it is possible you do the math how hard it is to botch this, but it's on all ones and twos on your dice.
You can do it. You can definitely do it.
It's not that.
Easily.
It's not that unlikely. Yeah. So you can. The best thing to happen to you is injudicious conduct stamp in permanent record. Lose 2d6 seniority to minimum seniority for your rank. Lose all seniority down to the minimum seniority of your rank. It's a moderate one. Minimal. Lose 1 grade in rank. I'm sorry, you are no longer captain. Seniority immediately goes to the minimum seniority for your reduced rank. Failure. You're reassigned. Your character is no longer considered prime team material and is assigned to a normal duty. Generate a new character. So this is where you lose your character after the mission.
Okay.
And on botch, you get court-martialed and receive a dishonorable discharge.
Klingons and other non-Federation races are executed or sent to prison. Oh no, my Gorn fucked up and got court-martialed.
Gordon really screwed up. Now he's lunch.
Yeah.
That's so fucked up.
And
the Starfleet would never do that.
And now assume you didn't fuck up. Then you can wheedle for points.
It's literally called wheedling.
It is literally called wheedling. And you literally do exactly that. You roll on something and to crawl up the butt of your briefing officer. To say,
oh my God,
I did better. I did the most good, though. Listen. My thing is, I did the most good because this and that, and you have to. I have no idea what this even means, because the botch. Why is it 9, 13? Is it what?
It's difficult for you to get
you
benefits
get
and brown nose if you botch.
Shit. Okay, you botched the mission, but you can wheedle out of it. That's okay. I like this now. I can just shift the blame on the other people in the party. No, he didn't repair the warp core. I am blameless. I love it.
This would be perfect for a Futurama game. Perfect, especially if you're always considered to fail the mission.
Literally, the idea that on a botch means that the briefing officer isn't listening and he's annoyed by the whole team's whining. Everyone on the team, even the ones who haven't tried to wheedle or weren't going to.
Yeah.
Reduce their final award by 10%.
And the best thing can happen to you, I mean, you can, if you botch the mission, you could get killed as you're gone. But if you manage to roll your 13 here, then it would upgrade your mission to just a failure. So then you would only be reassigned. So it's pointless.
Yeah, so I lose my character anyway.
Yes.
Literally 2 of the. If you fail to throw at all, if you fail any mission enough, you could just lose your character. Period. Yeah. And in one option, they're executed. That's outlandish.
Yeah.
Bring on pain sticks for you, boy.
And now about the equipment as well. You don't have permanent equipment in this game, which I think is that extra.
Oh, it's like assigned. That's cool.
You get assigned equipment, and then there's a system for asking your briefing officer for more stuff.
That's actually that I actually really like that. I think
Yeah.
that's cool in military campaigns.
I like
I need to
requisitioning.
requisition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
fun.
do
like it.
I do like it as a thing. I don't like that it's always so overly complicated. But yeah,
Mhm.
I can see it. So,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an example. If this is what you always get, I have no idea. Also, it's hard to read. And then we add the equipment,
Yeah.
which we already said is the best part of this book.
Yeah, all the artwork is much
Yeah.
better than the rest.
Yeah, someone.
Mhm.
It almost feels like they licensed another artist to do this.
Yeah, this it's consistent. I would say as well.
Yeah.
It feels
They
like one
likely
guy.
did, actually,
One guy
yeah.
did it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Art, in that time, you could make a living drawing this.
I
stuff.
like that shirt. It looked wild. Like that the fucking padded armor. It looks great.
Yeah.
It's having a good time.
This is very, very GURPS as well. I almost I'm willing to. I'm not betting my bet money, but bets that the GURPS. This is a GURPS artist for sure.
Yeah, they
Also
had,
looks like a lot of the cyber run or cyberpunk art too.
Yeah.
Like equipment art.
It does.
2020.
I'm recognizing some of these names. Like they have 6 different interior artists for this. So,
Yeah.
and then one person did the computer art and maps.
That guy
Great
fucking
galactic
sucks.
map, dude.
I'm sorry to trash him, but dude, you fucking suck.
And this is the phase before you get mind melded, because that's the mind meld grab that's coming at you.
Yeah.
Hand is way too small, by the way. This is not a hand. This is the
I
perspective.
You
is
got
not
a whoa! Look at his
despise
face.
the Vulcan haircut.
Rice Bowl cut was a thing back then. Launch. This game is 70s. The Vulcans don't have style. They don't have grace.
No, I hate.
But
Well,
they
it's
have
the
a
most
funny
logical
face.
hairstyle.
Yeah, of course. You just put a bowl on there and
Yes.
then you shave around it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's easy,
Done.
Mhm.
logical.
Whereas Romulans do it just to be edgy.
Yeah.
I'm so punk. I did exactly what the Vulcans did.
No, but I did it punk though.
Look at these three. Look at them. The 3 faces of the Klingon. Stoic, about to fight you.
Why do
and-
they look like the Three Stooges? Hello, hello, hello. Or is it kapla, kapla, kapla?
Probably that.
Love
That's a real
that.
high welcome. Oh my god, this
Oh,
game.
God.
Hello.
This fucking game. I'm just looking at art, but
Beautiful.
do you have more to say? We are at the other alien races now, by the way. So there's more aliens in this. They get stats, and they're mostly just dead as antagonists, though.
Yeah.
I feel like you could retrofit that into a character if you really wanted to, but you
Yeah.
know, judging
It'd be pretty
that this
easy.
is a 70s game published in the 90s for 70s Trek fans who were probably into D&D at that time, they probably don't want anything that isn't humanoid or human-ish.
Yeah. By the way,
Just judging on those guys that
the
I
most
know.
interesting race is the Hydrants, because they are tripod
Mhm.
people. And this is
Yeah.
a full one. This is the whole body. They have these legs.
I don't like them.
I don't like them. Their face is too big and they look like a can.
They look like a big
And-
kidney bean.
But this is the most exotic they do get, and the most exotic they could come up with is what if third arm and leg, and what if 2 mouths, and nose
That's-
above mouth.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you
Which-
tried.
I mean, I guess nose above mouth is normal, but eyes below, next to mouth. Which I feel. I don't.
It just looks like an action figure a kid melted in the microwave.
Yes,
Yeah, that's what it
does.
looks like. Because that's where my
Yes.
brain immediately went. Hey, my 8-year-old drew this on the fridge. Let's use it in our game.
And also
They kind of look like.
three kinds of cat people. by the
Yeah.
way.
Oh, of course, you need a lot of those.
You have Kazinti, you have which are Federation people. You have the Andromedans, which are these guys, and I scrolled
Wait, for
past
Federation
the
people, why can't I play one?
The cat people. You can play a cat.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
They're in there. I didn't see
Alright.
them.
They're not in the character creation
No?
section, but they have stats for
Oh.
them later.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, shit,
shit.
what? oh, you are right. What the
Yeah.
heck? They were in the
Yeah.
what?
They explicitly outline it towards the very beginning that the Kazin are allies of the Federation, which,
Oh,
Yeah.
allies, but not in it. Okay, that makes.
yeah, But-
yeah,
I'd want to play one. They're fun. And
Yeah.
they should let them be telepaths too, because they're Kazin telepaths. But whatever game.
oh, with insects as well. Grasshopper
Mhm.
people.
There is a character called a Marlovian sex wrestler.
What? Where? page. I need page.
Page 139. There's a Marlovian sex wrestler stat block.
Okay, I found my
Wow.
character. Marlovian sex wrestling. Renowned throughout known space as the very best MSWs are discriminating in their clientele.
God.
If you can't beat them in a friendly wrestling match, then you aren't the sort that really could handle what they have to offer. If you have
They're a
to ask
professional sex
just
wrestler. I can't beat
exactly-
Triple H.
just exactly what it is they have to offer, then you couldn't handle it even if you did know. Skills wrestling 8-8, professional skills 6-6, whatever that means.
Oh, they have a master race characteristics table too.
Yeah.
It's Marlovian sex
That's
wrestler.
so you could totally be whoever you want.
I like that they
Yeah,
have an
you totally can.
abbreviation. They have an abbreviation for it.
Yeah, they're that common.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is just a
We
weird-
never.
What did you do on your sabbatical? Oh, I started Marlovian sex wrestling. That sounds
I
like
actually
something
really
Riker
do
would
like
do.
just this guy. I really like that
Just this
skills.
guy.
He's not really sure.
Yeah.
Like this guy doesn't know.
Why is this here?
I'm gonna look this up.
I became an MSW as a summer job. Yeah, sounds like a good time.
One of the
God
entries
damn
is
it.
hive creature thing.
Hive creature.
Oh my god, this writing is so bad. We never went back and looked at seduction in the skills.
Oh, we did have to do that. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
need to do that.
Let me see if I can.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
Do you have a page?
I don't. I'm getting to it though.
I found the initiative. Let's look at that for a sec first.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, while I find the skills, I'll get to it.
If you completely succeed as initiative rolling, you get 3 actions. And then 2, then 1, and then you can botch or fail and get no action. And I want to know what you roll for it, because I want to know how bad it can be. So, action.
Like, if I had to guess, it's supposed to be speed, but it's going to be something else.
It's probably speed plus something else. I want to know what we roll, please. Come on, tell me. Come on. Has a speed character of 5 is in a common with a Gorn Renegade with a speed character of 2. The winner of a new turn min rolls 5 dice for an AI test and gets the following 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So by my account, she has 4, 6. Unmodified AI track code 4, 6, 8. Why? Level action complex. Oh shit, okay. Corner 6 is simple. So you can do different stuff depending how well you roll. Okay.
Okay.
So to reiterate, so it is just your speed stat. Okay. So
Okay.
let-
Yeah, I figured it was just straight speed.
let's go up there. Let's go up to
Okay.
character creation. I hit it right. So speed. Everyone has a 3. So it is. You have 3 dice because it's a stat roll. You don't have it. So you have 3 dice at least to do it,
Yep.
and then you have to roll a 4. So meaning if you roll 1 and 2s, you do nothing. Or if you roll just 3s
no
as well,
turn.
since botch and fail is the same thing. For this, you get no turn. So it is essentially it's not 50% because you just need 1 higher. That is surely at least a good chance that you just suck.
That you just do absolutely nothing. Wow.
Yeah.
So I have the page for seduction.
I just
It's on
want to
page 53.
I want to circle back
The
to chat for a
page.
bit. Sundet End.
Yeah, please do.
Yes,
We
I
get a
also
lot.
badly want to see a one-shot with a Marlovian sex wrangler. I
Yes.
think the Marlovian sex wrangler is the character we all want to play now, and I do
I
think,
think-
this is him.
Oh man. Yeah.
or maybe,
Uh-huh.
or maybe him. Who knows? But one of the alphas we've seen here is clearly him.
Yes.
Well,
I think it's the
there.
mustache man.
Yeah, I do think it's Mustache Man. Yeah, I do
Yeah.
feel
I
that.
think
it's
he's
mustache man.
powerful. Put the mustache on the guy in the bodysuit, and I think there you go. You got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And launch, yeah, I think the stats. I mean, even if some of them are kind of, why
It
do
does
you
look
put
like Charles Bronson.
regular guy in there? It does
Yeah.
look like, yeah, it's very Charles Bronson. True. Even if you put regular guy, isn't really something you need on there. Having lots of stats for stuff is nice. I always find that fun.
Oh yeah.
Pulling that out. especially if it's in this kind of very condensed thing. It's good. This is okay. This is good content.
I actually think that most systems should have like a condensed, tiny version of a stat block.
Yeah.
You know, even in D&D, how many commoners do you really need? I would take like a variation of 4 different types of commoners and then just like jam them all together into one big stat block.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And then if they're an alien hive thing, then perfect. You can just literally jam all 4 together.
Yeah.
Can I be an alien hive thing?
Native populance is
I want
maybe
to play like 10
one.
different people. They all have the same stats because we're a hive mind.
Importantly, normal people in this game have a stat of 2, by the way. And people who are better at stuff I have above it. Isn't the alien hive thing, Chen? No.
Well, I mean, we have very similar brains, but I don't think I would go that far.
Nah, not quite.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to seduction. We have to read that one.
Okay, I'm on it.
Seduction.
53, page 53. This is wild. This is great. I love these things. It's not even that gross, but
I will give them points immediately.
Great.
If you read old-timey
There's
books,
the note to players.
If you read
the note to players. Fantastic.
Just immediately, if you read old-timey books, 60s, 70s, 80s RPGs, a lot of seduction skills will be specifically about opposite sex, seducing the opposite sex, or they will mention the gays in some manner. It is not very flattering. And that's how far we got there. It is still
it's neutral language.
Yeah, it is neutral language, which is okay.
Good.
It is also kind of on point that you have this skill in a Star Trek game, because Kirk do be very proficient in this skill.
Indeed. It's his highest skill.
Yeah, by far.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then there's rock throwing right up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Born wrangling.
Also, interestingly, the botch in this is it really only you get slap and stuff. So this is really close to their reputation as a cat. What is a cat?
Basically just a terrible person.
Okay. Thank you for the blood donation, Azure. If anyone wants to drink, believe me, I've drunk. We've talked so much. So, important note to players. Leadership skills should not be used by player characters on other player characters, unless it is specifically mandated by the parameters of the mission. For example, players will rarely, if ever, persuade or seduce one another against the wishes of the player controlling the character. Yes, good one. Rarely, if ever, I would say never. But
when would seducing the other player be mandated by the parameters of the mission?
Yes. I guess maybe if someone is being taken over by your gone psychic and now has to act against the party, you could seduce them back on your side.
Oh, yeah. Mind break. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, that also, as your butterfly points out, will bang, okay?
Yeah. It's instantly. That's
Report the ship immediately. Will bang, okay?
Rolling a 34 on this roll. That's I mean, here that man just said that, and he's our Malorian sex wrestler, as we have pointed out.
Watch out for the Krogan sex wrestler.
I kind of want this man as an emote.
Me too. I really love him. I don't know why he's so good.
I mean, I would also take him as an emote. I don't know. It's fuck. Okay. I will say point for this game. Seduction is not written as badly as many games of this era would have done it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's really in some cases. You'd really
it's written totally fine. Like it's surprisingly tame.
In some cases, you just know and see the very 70s.
I'm kind of mad that it's so tame.
Yeah, I'm actually also. I would have expected some juicy bits here.
I wanted it really gross, but it's just regular. It basically implies a fade to black.
Yeah.
And it's not even sexy. Like if you read even the complete, it just basically means that they like you.
Yeah.
What is this shit?
Some might carry a torch for
I'm
the rest
guessing
of their
that like there
lives.
is some intention for it to be used for bromancing other people too.
Oh, we do have one thing, yeah? Last sentence. Of course, some might carry a torch for the rest of their lives and be crushed or vengefully angry when you move on. So, a good example of where complete success might bite you in the long term. I like that, actually.
Me too.
This is also a good example where a complete success can bite you, because I have an interesting example of that where how a crit should never be used against you in my player history, which I could tell. I will save that for another time, I think.
Oh.
Should
I'd love to hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So, I'm abbreviating this now. A character in the game wanted to go hunting because we needed food, you know, how it be in overland travel. So the character went hunting. And a second character came with. And then DM asked them, okay, roll survival skills or whatever appropriate skill there was, happened to be. This wasn't D&D, so I don't know. Don't remember what skill. And they both critted. And what then happened was that the DM described to them the most biggest and most epicest boar they'd ever seen, thrown on a rock on a meadow, and then before they could do anything, the boar rolled initiative and nearly killed them both because it was so big and awesome.
Oh wow!
Because that's what I want to do. If I say, okay, we need to travel overland, we need some food, let's hunt. I want a boss fight. That's what I want. And that's in my opinion a really bad example of how you use crits, because it completely goes against the intention of the roll you just made. The intention isn't I want to fight a huge boar. The intention is I want food for tonight. So the crit would be you find easily kept food for a few days or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But this is a good one because you totally seduced someone super hard, because that's the intention when you roll seduction. That skill is hard to, you know.
So now that you've locked them in, now they're in. Yeah. You've done this to yourself. You made this can of worms. Now lie in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like I've used that in vampire games multiple times.
Oh yeah, Vampire is classic for that.
Multiple times, yeah. Oh, okay. Now you have groupies you really can't get rid of. What do you do about it? You went way too far with using dominate.
It's interesting to me that
now you're locked in.
That the bad outcome for persuasion, the botch, is worse than for seduction. I never want to talk with you again, you spineless worm. Yeah. Versus getting slapped in the face. It's you can try again with this. Just do the approach different. Bring chocolates this time. I don't know. Oh man. Okay, do we have more? Is there more?
And then oration gets you booed.
Yeah. We could
cheered off stage.
We could read all these botches because I think most of them are gold, but I can't.
Oh, they're good.
I do not have the energy anymore.
Goodness. No. We have gone. I think we've taken a lot of this to task. It's just not a very good system, and I think the core issue with it is that it doesn't feel like Star Trek.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't have any systems that would support the type of gameplay that you would expect to find. It doesn't support even the core fantasy. The core fantasy is being the bridge crew. And I think in any group of friends, like if you polled like a group of 10 to 15 people, like, hey, we're going to play a Star Trek game. What do you want to play? I'm sure that you're going to have one guy who really likes the engineers. You're going to have somebody who wants to be, Bones, like they want to be the doctor. Somebody's going to want to be the chief science officer, and you're going to have the guy who wants to be the pilot, and then you're going to have the guy who likes being captain. Maybe you'll have two people and somebody has to be the first mate, but it's going to be fine. You don't need to separate the core fantasy from this hard, and it just feels like they wanted to make a Space Marine game.
Yeah, it really does.
And they did.
They did, yeah. Here's one thing that was in my notes that we didn't even cover. At one
Oh.
point, that they say that the different species you can pick at the beginning, they have different abilities, but the only one that really does have a different ability in the sense of an ability is the Vulcans.
Because they can choose psionics,
Yeah.
but they don't. But that's not even an inbuilt thing. They have to spec into it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think the main thing they have is they all have a 1 in the stat and a 6 in another stat.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Except for the Alpha Centaurans, which,
Yeah.
according to my math, are the absolute master race of all of them.
Yeah,
Oh
right.
yeah,
Get the most points, yeah.
Yeah, they get the most points, bang for buck.
Yep.
So,
the game
Okay,
also
so
has
always play Alpha Centauri. Have an
Oh,
entire
yeah.
ship of Amazonian superwomen.
game
oh
also
yeah,
has
win.
a
with
long
a
ass
token Vulcan
Oh,
who's
grabs your
wearing a
face.
slave Leia costume or something.
A tiny twink Vulcan that they all fucking throw around.
Mind melts
You best snoo.
This is literally just the Futurama RPG.
I took I took one in mind melt just so I can be unconscious.
Oh, great.
Just completely box your mind out goals constantly. I wonder what she's thinking. You just black out and you realize it's 5 days later. Oh, she was into me.
Oh, goodness.
This game, we talked about the leader before. In this game, importantly, which is also the case in some of the older RPGs you can read, they kind of want the group to discuss amongst themselves what to happen, and then the leader makes the decision. That's something you would see in old wargamey stuff, where you had a group leader then who would tell the DM what the plan is, and then DM would mediate that, and the other players almost weren't allowed to talk to the DM. This isn't quite on that level, but you do
if you
only
really,
one leader.
I don't actually even hate that. I really don't, especially if you think back in that kind of time frame. You've got a lot of players. You're probably going to have one who is the DM's best friend and knows the system better out of anyone else, and then you're going to have 3 or 4 people who are either new to role playing or kind of moderate. Yeah. And so having that party leader who confers with the DM and almost kind of co-chairs the GM set, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I know it's not overly controlling, but I also think having a party leader is just a good idea.
It's often not how it is worded and portrayed in those games is the thing.
No, it's usually very, very controlling.
Yeah.
It's very controlling.
But again, I think this is handled pretty decent.
Yeah. I just want to point this
Somebody
out.
Somebody has to be Zap Brannigan.
You can only have one lead. You only have one commander in your team. So one.
I like this one though. There's the third or the fourth point where you have each potential leader create 2 characters, a leader and another different type.
Yeah.
So you basically just create 2 characters and you alternate who's leading the party.
I was gonna get to that. This was just this example because it is not bad advice. The DM advice in this is by and large not the worst. And I almost feel like it was written by someone else because the person who wrote the skills, half of them tell you to kill people if they watch the role. It's not the
They're also like really smug about it, but the person giving the DM device is pretty chill.
Yeah, indeed. I do feel it's 2 people. Because this advice, I mean, I would say toss a coin is not how you do it. It's not that someone's gonna walk away with that unhappy, maybe. Depends on people. It's also some other solution appropriate for your group. Yeah. You know your people better than I do as the author. Yeah. So just find talk to each other about this. These are some examples of what you can do. This is good. How do you get ideas? You just steal them.
Yeah, this is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I'm kind of amazed that in a system that is so mediocre to absolutely terrible that there's good DM advice in there.
Yeah, there is some good advice in here.
Well, I guess a blind squirrel is right twice a day.
Yeah. Yes, and exactly. The
I just immediately thought of a dozen variations on that, and they're all horrible.
The fumbles are so or botches are such. Even crit fumble table D&D isn't that bad because crit fumble D&D table tells you, it's chance, roll it. DM is impartial about this. No, this
is literally just the DM wants to be like capricious.
Yeah. Exactly. This
like malicious towards you.
and that is exactly the worst kind of DM you can have. It's exactly the worst. The guy who just is there to torment you for 4 hours for his fun, or girl or whatever, anything in between person. That's the DM who will ruin RPGs for new players forever. That's people you never want to play again. Get that kind of DM to start, and it's gonna ruin the fun for older people. Or at the worst case, make them into antagonistic players as well. And antagonistic players are also really shit.
And
hobby...
then there are those who get aroused because they thought Dungeon Master was literal.
Yeah, I mean, hey. Some people start this in a weird place, but they can get to the good part eventually. And they have an sample adventure, which I didn't read because, oh my god, it's too long. It has a big map. Wow. Of your historical starbase of some kind, which is on lockdown because of stuff. And I'm sure
this is really long for a for a starter adventure.
It does explain a lot about how to roll stuff and how to mediate it if they don't make it.
Damn.
And gives you examples what to do for botches, which is not killing them, I think.
Okay. Memes aside, jokes aside, project your brain back to 1993. If someone brought this to your table, and by this point, White Wolf Games has been out, Dungeons and Dragons has been out, 2nd edition. It's really late into 2nd edition. Would you play this?
Oh my god. I think
Traveler is out. Like, there are Mongoose published games out. There are other different sci-fi games
Mongoose
here too. There's
doing
Star Wars D6.
I can answer this pretty easily. In 1993, when this came out, we didn't have Star Trek on TV here. The first instance of Star Trek, we had the original series, but I didn't. That came and went before I watched TV or before I was alive. In my human avatar, obviously. And TNG came way later because it had to be dubbed to German, so I wouldn't have had any idea what Star Trek is. And I would have probably said, what? I don't know. I might have played this if it was my first ever RPG, because I fell hard into RPGs with a shit system. So maybe I would have played this.
In 93, I probably would have said, yes, I will give it a try. I would probably wind up dropping it because everybody would have wanted to play either Vampire or Shadowrun instead.
Yeah, feel that.
Just objectively, because I know that they're the kinds of people that I would have played this with would have just, what you said before, they would have been, why aren't we the bridge crew?
Yeah.
And I have either home-rooted into that, or we just would have dropped it.
I have an anecdotal thing to talk about, and I think it's fascinating because I could have had a brush with this game had I known anything about it other than it existed and had met Olsen. So we used to play a lot of AD&D 2 because that was the popular system at the time. That was the style at the time. And we had one guy who would constantly show up and he would want to play sci-fi characters. He wasn't like a core member of the group, but he was a friend of a friend and kind of just stuck around after that friend left. He would consistently come in and want to play part of like a Star Trek bridge crew who had got dropped into this scenario somehow. And, blah, blah, blah. That guy would have 100% brought this to the table.
Fair. I'm just trying to find the medic and the
And I feel like thinking about myself in that time and how I liked systems and what I liked out of them and what I was designing, I would say no. I would 100% take a look at this and go, no. There's way too much that goes into the character creation and every single role. This just... it's a pain. It seems like an absolute headache.
The medic does not have fine work. The medic can't do surgery.
Oh god!
I hope he never has it.
Oh,
but sure as shit, philosophy.
He knows lots of surgery, but he can't actually do it.
He has transporter systems too,
and he has one in it and 2 dice.
And he's really fast with the system speed.
Yeah.
He can sure type
Okay.
fast.
Yeah.
He can enter those forms in triplicate.
Let me just see. So he has a technical of
He really can
Oh.
take your insurance information.
These characters are built badly. Can see it immediately.
Yeah. They are ridiculously terrible.
Technical 4 with 1 point is complete waste because they don't get a dice. You have to have 2 to get 3 dice. General knowledge 5 with 5. That's not wasted. That's not wasted. Any odd number here is not wasted. So the important part is there. But one of the oh well. Sample characters don't have to be perfect. This can be a teaching moment actually.
Oh yeah, perfect teaching moment. Or you accidentally stab your hand with your scalpel, and you fail your fine work roll.
But here
you fuck up the triple bypass and kill your party member.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 5 plus strength or something like that? Or Jay roll of 9 to 10. Yeah, 5 plus strength. I think it's HP. No, he has 9. Okay, I don't know. It's something. But
oh yeah, that's another thing I didn't even mention. They don't even have Constitution or Endurance score.
Yeah, they do not.
Yeah. No.
Which I think, if there's one attribute in D&D that could go, it is Constitution, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like it.
Sorry, what? Do you like it or don't like it?
No, I like it. I think Constitution is fine. And just thinking about it in terms of how the body works, I'm totally fine with endurance and raw muscular power being two different things.
I'm also fine with it, and I would say D&D having less than 6 stats is.
I think the idea you can even break it down physiologically, like with Constitution being a high level of 1A muscle fibers, and then strength being 2A, or dexterity being 2A, strength being 2B. It's perfectly fine. Like I think it's okay.
You can't convince me that is what they actually did.
Oh hell no, hell no! I'm just being an idiot. I'm being a smart idiot.
That is why they did it. My point is more that stats are never made equal.
Oh no.
And
no.
Both
That's why I think design that tries to remedy that is really good. That's why I think the sorcerer should be a Constitution caster.
Oh yeah, that would be.
Mm-hmm.
I think Constitution and Intelligence in D&D are both the stats that need something, almost. Mm-hmm. Constitution does give you hit points, does give you the best save for a lot of things, but that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Unless you have special things from your class. But yeah.
And if you're not a barbarian, it's not like a central part of your character.
Yep.
Because every other class that could use it already has a D10 hit die.
There's a timeline in this. Nice.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the timeline is all right, actually.
Really?
I
don't know anything about that.
That was one of the things that I barely noticed because it's way at the back, and that does the job.
Dang.
And they don't go crazy with details like okay, here's the Klingon Tholian incident and why 139. You can expand on that, or you can just whatever, doesn't matter.
It's really nice to just get a baseline for like where you want to set your game. It's pretty cool.
True.
Overall, this is not the worst system I've ever read.
No, it is not.
It's pretty far down there, though.
Yeah.
And they explicitly say at the end of the timeline that the next generation is not within the scope of the Starfleet universe. So they intentionally are ignoring next generation.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. All right.
So they spell it out, but you have to go and look at the timeline at the back of the book.
Also, they kind of do it in a way that they allowed to because they couldn't mention TNG. Presumably, a third generation of X ships was developed, but the next generation is not within the scopes of the Fleet universe. So this is a direct nod at the series.
Interesting.
Yeah, direct nod.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think this game. Okay, it is too crunchy in the wrong ways. That's that is easily its biggest problem. The tricodes are stupid and they don't have to go.
It's also just a game out of its time.
Yeah.
Like by the time the 90s came around, this game was outdated.
Very much so.
Yeah, super outdated.
It's so awful. Like this would be outdated in 1981. This is a 1976 game.
It's always
a 1979 game.
It's always 100%. The asterisk from you being from Germany. We got stuff late, so
Yeah.
This wouldn't have been as outdated, but at the same time, I don't think this ever came to Germany in a German edition at all. So I would have had to find this randomly in a game shop, and I don't think there's, I guess more than a dozen of this book in all of Germany. I would assume. So
I don't know. I'm conflicted on this game because I've seen so much worse, but I have a love for this kind of era of game design. And so I don't have a problem with as much of the stuff, and I don't think it's that horrible. It's just it's written poorly. Like the person writing it is a dick.
The real problem it has, and that is the one real problem, besides the crunchiness, which it just does take it or leave it.
That's whatever you prefer out of your gaming experience.
And it's written.
Really it is.
It is written as an adversarial GM, and very seriously, because of the source material. What we came up with, the Zep Brannigan RPG, where we just roll 20 characters each, because 19 of them are going to be dead by the end of this. That is great, and I would want to play that. And this feels like, here I'm going to drop the truth bomb. This feels like a more crunchy, or would feel like a more crunchy Paranoia. If you did it in that style. If the style was tongue-in-cheek Futurama. Because the big problem that game always had to me, at least in the older editions, I have not read the new one, is that it kind of also breaks down in its crunch immediately.
The newer one is way less crunchy, it's much more fun.
But it treats it like it doesn't matter because we have a fun game, lol.
It's a goof.
It's a goof, but that's kind of its shield, and it's not and it's not a good system. And this could be a good Paranoia system, because there you are expected to fail constantly and do it bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the only problem with that is I don't really want to do all this dice math just to have that kind of fun. This
is insane, because like anybody who wants this type of game, I would say just go play Traveler.
Yeah, very much so.
Just retrofit Traveler to be a Starfleet game, which you can totally do.
You could rip the lore out of this if you like the lore for some reason, and play that.
For some reason.
Yeah,
because you're sanctioned.
I am.
And you don't want
because of the wrestlers. I mean,
I like the wrestlers.
Yes.
Why?
Again,
sex wrestlers are the best.
My point is simply that no one wanted this lore. Not even people who like this game want this lore. They want the actual TNG.
Yeah.
It's just why they called it Prime Directive. It's a cash grab in the end, and that's sad. But you can tell
it's a real bummer.
But you can tell someone thought about this and wrote in. They actually had some idea of what they were doing. Because we could read other books.
I talked about this earlier, where you were talking in the success levels, in which I said that these sections were definitely written weeks apart. So many pieces of this book sound like they were in someone's desk, and that is so sad to me. This feels like when they picked up the license, somebody started writing and stopped, and then tried again next year and did that again and again and again until it hit the 90s, and somebody goes, "Hey, look, there's a new Star Trek series coming out. We are going to lose this license. We need you to publish this immediately."
Yeah.
And then he hired a couple other writers to patch it up, because that's just what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Because like when we were talking about the DM advice versus like the skill check systems, that's two different writers, and it makes me think that the original writer didn't think about how a GM would interact with the system. It feels like nobody thought about how a player would actually create this character and take this time to do anything. It feels like every piece was designed in a vacuum. And because if I'm right, if my postulation is correct, then yeah, it would be. Because if it was written over a period of like almost 20 years in it on and off, that's 20 years worth of design.
Imagine this now. This is not written by different people. It's written by the same person who got wise over the years, but didn't have time to make the old stuff good.
That's totally possible. Yeah.
Like,
hold on, I want to look at the writing credits here.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Okay. You have Olsen and Costello, who were the designers here. You have a rules editor, but you don't have a regular editor though.
Yeah, that shows in some places.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shows.
So you have two different guys who are writing this book. And it's just sad. It's like the more I think about this game, the sadder I get.
Oh, Mark Costello only did weapon tables. He didn't.
No, he also did the weapon tables, but he was also a designer.
Oh, right, it's up the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, which to me, looking at how everything is set out and the credits, Olsen seems like he had to get somebody to cover a lot of his other stuff.
Yeah, I just feel like that.
Because look at this. There's a small credit down here of people who are barely talked about, except for as the creator of the SFB gaming universe, Stephen V. Cole and Stephen Petrick.
Mm-hmm.
Petrick is the other guy who worked on the weapons tables. I would bet money that Olsen and Costello had worked on this for years, and then Cole and Petrick came in to cover everything else because their credit is so small and it's far at the back and it's too vague. And that would be something that if I was an egomaniac, I would 100% put the guy who covered my ass and created the entire system around my nonsense. I would put him way at the bottom of the credits.
Yeah, true. That's...
Again, this is all postulation, but this is just coming from a guy who's published and developed a lot of tabletop with a lot of people from this era.
Is that kind of a similar
That is what they did. They are catty.
Yeah, Kevin.
They are incredibly catty.
Super catty. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you work with anybody from kind of that TSR era, they will look at your design, they will look at your rule sets, and they will look at your lore that you've written, and they will tell you that it's all fucking bad and they could do it better in a week. And then they will give you the most misogynistic garbage that you've ever looked at, like the most horrible, like bigoted crap, and go like, "Well, I made it better. I put 23 tables in here. You didn't have a table for how your siege weapons worked. So I fixed that for you.
Like
percentile based.
World second edition and put it in here.
Primetime, the Prime Directive newsletter. Task Force Games also publishes Primetime, a bi-monthly Prime Directive newsletter. This 4-page missive contains playtest rules, equipment, scenarios, etc., along with a regular letter column which endeavors to answer your more popular questions. Issue 1 is in February 1994. Now I want to know how long this ran. Subscriptions to Primetime cost $5 for 6 issues for 1 year.
That's not bad. $5 a year.
10 for 6 issues, okay. For airmail, but European subscribers should write to our British offices to get it, I assume, cheaper, okay. Interesting.
Huh.
I don't think this lasts very long.
No.
I'm going in as hard as I can. Okay, so I'm looking into this with a little bit more because the wiki pages were really bad. So
Super
okay,
bad. I tried to look at it too.
Okay. So the SFB universe was developed by Cole and Petrick, and these guys kind of came in and covered it. Now, okay,
it's impossible. I don't have the Google abilities.
I can't find a record of a single issue of this coming out.
I don't think anyone scanned this.
I actually cannot find a single issue. No, I can't even find like record of this being printed. I can't find it on their site. I can't find it in any of their records. Nothing. I don't think that was ever printed. If somebody has, please let me know.
I mean, it's possible it's just a typewritten photocopied thing.
Possibly.
Done on a printer or something in their office. I mean, it is the 90s. They have printers.
Can I call somebody about this?
Of course. You used your joker.
Okay. All right, let's see. Okay. I'm going to call the Task Force Games number right now. I'm going to see if I can get them to answer.
I want my Primetime subscription renewal.
How long did Primetime run?
Holy shit. Yeah, they did.
Can I get the last 30 years of back issues, please?
Please tell me
Okay.
please tell me there's someone on the other end.
Okay, no, hold on. I'm trying to get to my phone. I'm laughing too hard. This would be a great closing bit if I
become
get
a
it though.
steepler.
Okay. All right.
I did look up something else incidentally. There is not even a TV tropes page for Prime Directive. There is for the concept of the Prime Directive, but not for the tabletop game,
Yeah,
which does not bode well.
Nah, they just.
All right.
Yeah. You don't exist if you're not on TV tropes.
No, it's kind of true, yeah. Elements of the Starfleet universe are the property of Paramount Pictures Corporation and are used within their permission. Which is, well, it's not a lie, but they do be having this license forever, as long as they keep making this. No one?
No,
Oh,
they're gone.
are you telling me the 1993 telephone number is no longer in use?
Look.
You mean I can't call Richard Garriott and tell him I beat Ultima 1? What is this?
All right. I'm gonna see. And Amarillo doesn't have a lot of contact information. They have actually no contact information.
Wait. The playtesters are listed by their names, by their team names.
Mhm.
Nova Flare Rangers, the Golden Jaguars, the Wildcards, Loose Cannons, the Companions, and
The
and the San Diego area. No, that's not actually. But now I want to know the guys at the back. They are not from these, right? Oh, they are Black Eagle. Okay, I thought maybe they had put their character. That would have been cool.
Okay, they have a newsletter, but it's not the old one.
Oh,
Okay.
would have been cool if they had put one of the characters from the playtest in there. That would be nice.
I'm opening their master index right now.
Scroll back all the way.
Fuck yeah! Now this is what I'm talking about, baby. All right. Okay. Prime Directive.
I would just like to go back to this for now.
Wow.
Because it
The Amarillo Design Bureau Incorporated website looks
awful.
like it was from the early 90s.
It's really bad. By the way, I also attempted to call their contact number. I got disconnected.
Oh,
Their current one. I don't think they're doing very well. There's phone backgrounds?
There's what?
What? What the fuck? There's like old style like phone backgrounds for like a flip phone.
What? Give me this website, please. I want to show it.
Here's the master index. I'm sending it into the Discord. This is crazy. This is strange. I'm getting really hyped about this now.
Oh, this is. Oh wait, I'm probably blocking stuff.
Okay. I'm in the product catalog right now.
Yeah,
this
it's
is. Oh,
like they have a separate section for Starfleet Marines. And I'm like, ooh.
Player resources store list. So what's in the store list?
Primetime newsletter only shipped once.
Great.
Available as an ebook from Drive-Thru RPG.
Nice.
There you go.
By the way, their store list updated last time in November 2014.
Mm-hmm.
If not updated by April 2015, email gene@starfleetgames.com. Should we email Gene? No, that's not. That's not.
Okay.
That's not Doc's pure Gene.
Okay. Yeah, I found the only primetime ever made.
Give it to us.
Oh, okay. I have the page. It's $1.95. It is $1.95 for this content.
Oh no, then we don't want that enough. I don't want.
I will buy it right now.
No, don't. No.
This is
See if I
fascinating.
can get it without the $1.95.
Yeah, you know what? You do that. It's actually depreciated in value because it's marked as $2. It's gone down by 5 cents.
This is a lesson, people. Don't invest in RPGs. Don't
even invested in like, even if you talk about like inflation, this thing should be like $4, but it's gone down by 5 cents.
Signia naming conventions.
So yes, it came out once.
Yeah,
it ran for 1 year. Oh my god.
The issues of this rare newsletter were recently found by a fan. Newsletter is described as ADB's PD1, Prime Directive Game System. All 6 issues are
PD1.
included. Oh, it's all 6 issues! You get a year's worth of content.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. For $1.95. This sort of cost you $5 back in '93.
Yeah. There are new skills and no, not new skills. No, not the worst part.
No, I'm getting it.
Gonna have to bite the bullet, I'm afraid.
I'm getting it.
My resources could not.
I couldn't pay money for this. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I got this.
I can't. It's so weird.
How did I spell my own fucking name right? Yes.
Wait, is there?
So I am every time I drive through RPG.
Wait, that's the Federation for Sourcebook?
It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's all good.
Okay.
I'm gonna do my PayPal. Fuck yeah. This is my favorite. This is absolutely my favorite shit. I love this. I'm so happy. Let me do it.
Will be the accidental resurgence of Prime Directive.
I would love anyone who has done this.
By the way, you can get the source book for the Federation for just $5.75 used.
Wow.
And one new for I doubt that this is new, but it costs $10. And you can see that they didn't have money for another cool cover. So they just went harder on trying to get people to recognize the Starfleet symbol.
Okay. All right. I have them.
Okay.
Okay, this is gonna be weird. I'm gonna have to shit, can I Dropbox them to somebody?
Can you just? I mean, is it actually important that we read this? Can you read out stuff?
I don't know. I can. You know what? I'm gonna just grab it. I'm gonna download issue. I'm gonna look at issue 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at issue 1.
Yep.
That's gonna have
and we can talk about this at a later date. Okay.
The memes.
They're only 6 pages long. They're not actually that long.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a. By the way, I think I can actually screen this to the Discord. Let me see if I can do that. If it'll allow me. Can I please? Will you allow me to Discord?
Please Discord.
Oh, we are so committed now. Oh my god.
Yeah. Now we need to do. God.
I don't want to actually play our dumb idea, by the way.
Oh, understandable. We have many other things we need to play, like our roving band of vampires.
Yeah, I don't have time for this. When do you want? When is it realistic? That's my main problem.
Yeah, that's my problem lately too.
It's okay. I'm getting to it. Give me a second because this is really solid. This is actually not the worst thing I've ever seen. So, all right.
Okay.
Plug in.
That would be a very on brand for what we just talked about. I mean, there's lots to dislike about this game, but it's not. It has its merits for sure.
Yeah. I'm sure there is a very, very slim set of people who would be into this.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting to it. It's just taking a minute because it needs to be difficult to me.
Curious if I could share. Are you planning to screen share?
Yes. I'm pretty sure you can. Pretty sure there's ways, but
yeah, I know there's ways. I just have to set that up then once I have the
okay.
Popped out.
I'm getting it now. I just have to very meticulously enter this passcode because I was an idiot and I didn't set my own. I just used an auto-generated.
Oh no, I can't.
The Federation source book is actually pretty good.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think tons of new options, like new ways to use mind meld.
Nice.
Sick.
That's what we needed.
It gives you the 9 paths of psionics, such as the path of Malar and the tenets of Saren.
How many more skills is there? Is Path of Melee a skill?
Yeah, all of these are.
No. No.
There's like 12 new skills, it looks like.
Legit, the worst part about this game is the skill bloat for me.
Yeah,
The
this
skill
is
bloat's pretty off the chart.
it's bad.
If
I
you
fucking hate when people message me on Discord while I am working my email with 50 tabs open. Makes it very difficult for me to do literally anything.
Oh yeah. If there's just one thing to take away from this is please, if you have more than, I would say, 30 skills in your game, make sure they actually do something.
Yeah, straight up.
They allow non-Vulcan psionics too. Nice.
Oh, finally.
Uh,
Okay.
that's stuff
Okay,
like
I have
far
50
sense,
total.
precognition, telekinesis.
That's cool.
That's pretty good.
I like it. Definitely something, you know.
Okay.
Oh, they add endurance as a skill.
As a skill? Okay, it's strength based?
Yes, it's strength based.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I have it.
Okay.
I have it here.
Then you're gonna screen share now, or what's the plan?
I am. I'm here.
Okay, I am
screen sharing it right now.
Okay. Let me pop. I need a sec. I need to pop this out. And then I need to share it. I guess it would be a window capture, right?
So we get signins. Okay. We get signin names. We get some interesting stuff here about that. Get their appearances at Gen Con, but let's get past all that nonsense. Let's get to Ask Commander Kosov.
What?
The briefing officer. My character has the skill Fire Phaser. Do I need to have Fire Phaser pistol and Fire Phaser rifle too? Or is a phaser always a phaser? They are all covered under the same skill. Fuck you. We have 30 different skills, but we don't have a difference between rifles and pistols. Cool.
This is it? Oh wait. I'm sharing the wrong. Am I sharing the wrong thing? It's not showing it.
Oh no.
Why not?
Oh, it's showing it. I'm seeing it.
Is it this?
Oh wait, no, that's you. Sorry.
Yeah, they're just both sharing the same thing. Is it
weird?
Right.
This was a great 195 purchase. I'm actually very happy about this. Can you pop the Discord window out and share it?
I already popped it out, but it doesn't.
Okay.
I just did this wrong, I think. I have to do it again.
Optional rules for the tricorder. Passive scan mode. Okay. Fucking active jam mode.
See, like, that's tough.
Window capture.
That makes my nerd side happy.
Field stripping your weapons.
Name.
So what the fuck? Who needs to know this? There's field stripping guides for a Federation phaser pistol. You turn the intensity dial to off or safe, depress the takedown button, and slide the top mount phaser away from the pistol handle. Clean, reverse process to reassemble. What the fuck? Why? Oh, the Klingon one is great. The field stripping the Klingon disruptor pistol. Point muzzle at enemy. Depress trigger until power pack exhausts. Discard power pack.
Okay, I guess the best I can do right now is just to share my OLS Discord.
The Gorn Gauss gun is amazing. Fucking strike butt of gun against hard surface until all foreign objects are dislodged. That's excellent.
Okay, we are live with sort of. We still have Mr. Kirk.
Oh, I'm doxing Jay Fisher.
What?
I just doxed Jay Fisher, a guy who designed the system.
I'm sure.
Or actually, sorry.
Who knows?
That's fine. He's gone. Yeah. Background questions. Within the restraints of dramatic television, writers will mess with technology. Oh, shut up. Oh my god. The background in Starfleet universe has been created as a cohesive and consistent structure. We're more canon than the TV show.
Yes.
Fuck off.
Yes.
Ship's phasers do not have a stun setting. You cannot stun a crowd on the planet's surface. Wait, why the fuck not?
Why couldn't you just turn it down to a really, really, really low yield and hit a large area?
I believe they did that once in one of the
totally
tracks.
You cannot transport enemy personnel. Fuck yeah, you can.
Yeah,
yes, you can.
Of course.
You totally can. You just need somebody who knows what
Oh
they're doing.
God, look, this guy. What the fuck? He's judging you.
A ship in orbit cannot in a few hours locate every single life form on an entire planet. Yeah. I mean that's pretty accurate.
That's the art from the what is it called? The Federation source book.
Okay.
Those two pictures. I don't know what that alien is, and I like him.
And this is an index. They included an index to their book.
Okay, that's worth
that's
the
useful.
money. That is worth.
Yeah,
that is useful.
So yeah, there you go. Wow. That is wild.
Oh my God, this fucking game.
Wow.
Like, I'm blown away at how little this actually is. Even being, this would be what, 80 cents? This would be an 80-cent like bit.
$5 for 60 cents, or what, give or take.
Or if you bought it with a single issue, it'd be $2. So if you got it for the full price, it'd be like 82 cents. And then if you bought it like direct from them, I guess at Gen Con, it would be fucking $2. But it's wild.
So Timothy D. Olsen edited this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the guy who would have been continuously involved with it, I guess.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying I think that most of this is actually done by Olsen and then covered by everyone else.
Yeah. It's also kind of the vibe I get when he talks. He's more canon than the series.
Yeah, he seems like the guy who was on this. Oh my God, this is the most Star Trek shit I've ever seen. Question 3. The character data file for Marine Sergeant Hrustil Mains on page 187 of the Prime Rulebook shows that he has a skill fire heavy weapons that has never been mentioned anywhere. What's going on here? Do I take fire phaser and heavy weapons operations phaser? If so, it should be stated in the rules as heavy weapons operations weapon, or do I take fire phaser and fire heavy weapons and use heavy weapons operations as a supporting skill? Oh my fucking God. This to me proves who liked this system enough to write it.
Yeah. The big nerds. Yeah.
These are the type of people you're going to. This is awful. Fish, I have experience as an orator. So despite my ums and ers when I'm candid, I can talk like the Micro Machines man if I need to.
Yeah. Emery is he has radio experience.
Yep.
I'm not I actually can't do the auctioneer thing because the second I go into it, I laugh. Every time it fucks me up and I actually go slower. Okay. The description of plasma weapon, how that operates is unclear. No, it wasn't. It was completely. It was totally straight up.
Shit. By the way,
oh my God, what is this creature?
By the way, Emery, this is my D&D character now. I have found it. This is who I'm gonna play in Locke's game.
You've literally made a cousin it.
Yeah.
I adore it.
Oh shit! I just have to do my own art on that.
I want to see if I could pull up another one because this is actually really interesting. I know we're kind of dunking on it,
should I actually unshare this for now?
Yeah, really quick, and then I'll pull up my next one. I don't want to dead name myself on my fucking file directories.
We are just on my room.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Cool. Okay. I've got Primetime Direct Issue 2. I've got that up.
Kaboom.
So yeah. All right.
Could zoom in a bit more because we only have half screen.
Yeah. I'm going. Oh. All right. So I've got the full thing. Okay. So new skill, vocal mimicry. Okay. That seems completely useless.
Yeah.
The Prolarians. This is the face. This is why I bought this book, because this is on the preview. So here's the crazy thing: when you are downloading Primetime, this newsletter, it is out of order. The order goes 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6. It is out of order. I'm actually hold on. I want to pull up my drive-through RPG really quick because I want to show this. I'm not lying to you. Okay, see.
243165. I was even more wrong. It is completely out of order.
It's not continuous ones.
No, they're you have to
They
pick
did
it out.
They did it.
It's
Do your homework, yeah.
okay. Stone Singers, this misprint is fucked. I don't know where this is coming from. This is not. Oh, that's rough.
That's very Native Americans.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, Prime Online. Online role-playing games are a familiar sight on most computer networks, and Genie is no exception. Online Prime Directive, though, is a new addition to this field, and it's turning out to be very exciting. This is how it all started. When Prime Directive first became available in the stores, I was very excited. Okay, so this is just them talking about online games in fucking 1994. Cool. I want to sit on a fucking modem. New
Yeah.
equipment, remote sensor units, smoke grenades.
What you did.
White phosphorus, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's Star
Your
Trek.
regular smoke grenade can turn into white phosphorus in Star Trek.
I would like to say
I committed a war crime.
I would like to say that 1, 2, 3 lethal damage is not enough. White phosphorus is fucking serious, and it's more damage than that.
Jesus. Okay, Secretly Golden Jaguars, building great characters. People have asked me, oh, this is actually great for us. What makes a good character?
Oh, yeah.
People have asked me about the best way to build characters for Prime Directive, and the answer is really quite simple. Buy up your starting characteristics with your initial character improvement points to the highest possible odd number. Why? Let's take a look. Suppose your character will be human, and you have decided to raise accuracy, speed, and technical to 4 with your initial bonus levels. All your other characteristics remain at a level of 3. So you purchase just one technical skill at level 4, gaining you 4 skill dice in it. That will cost you 7 ICIPs. Each additional technical skill will also cost you 7 ICIPs. So getting 4 technical skills and have 4 skill dice in each winds up costing you 28 ICIPs, or half of your initial allotment before counting your seniority bonus. You won't be able to get a very diversified character. Now, instead of paying ICIPs for skill levels, take a look at what happens when you use them to pump up your characteristics. For 21 ICIPs, you could raise a characteristic of level 4 to level 7. Then all you have to do is get 4 skill dice.
Yeah.
In any skill supported by that characteristic is to pay a paltry 1 CIP for it. So, the same expenditure of 28 ICIPs, you can now get 7 skills at 4 dice for the cost of 4 by doing it the other way. So you literally just have a noob trap of buying higher stats is better than buying higher skills, which is antithetical to how skill games work.
And by the way, written by the man who made the system, not acknowledging that he made it bad. Obviously, because
I love the idea of well, no, you fucking idiot. Of course you just do it this way. Do the math.
None of these people people who write Heartbreakers will ever acknowledge that their system might be bad.
They
okay.
Never do.
Extra added bonus to this procedure is that since your ultimate characteristic and then skill maximums are determined at character generation, your character will be able to achieve higher levels with later experience, and you will expend fewer points to reach those levels. Consider, if you buy a 4 dice skill by buying a characteristic of 4 and a skill level of 4, when it comes time to raise the skill dice to 5 by expending CIPs gained through adventure experience, you have to pay the high cost of raising that supporting characteristic before you can raise the skill a level. To do so would cost 13 CIPs, whereas if you buy the same 4 dice skill with a characteristic of 7 and a skill level of 1, it takes only 5 experience CIPs to raise it to level 5. Plus, since your characteristics improve through experience may never exceed your starting characteristics by no more than 50%, raising your stats at the beginning gives you a lot of room to grow later. This is actually kind of similar to Genesis and how, like, characters in Genesis, raising your stat levels early is much better than buying skills early, but it doesn't matter because you're going to suck if you don't have the skills, so you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's why you should start every single game you ever do at night level in Star Wars. You should always start them with an extra 300 XP. Because then it'll make characters that are actually fun to play.
I don't remember that. I played that, but I don't remember how it worked. I would say
I have memorized most of that system and I hate it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I actually don't even hate the system. I just like it. It's gotten really boring. My players have become really reactive, and I'm like, that's kind of just a problem.
Just like to say the man has devoted half a page to why his system is good in this newsletter about the system.
Yep.
That's great.
He forced
Prime.
people.
Yeah. This is, No doubt from the tone there. This is the man who loves his watches and loves to.
This is
clean
only
before.
4 pages long. This
Yeah.
one is barely anything. It's 2 races and then an explanation why his skill system isn't shit.
Yeah, they didn't have.
I think both of those races wound up in one of the books they published anyway.
All right.
So-
Okay, hold on. I'm going to issue 3. I'm in now. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here now.
I did not pause the screen share, so do be careful.
Fine, I don't care. I think it's small enough where it's fine.
Yeah, zoom in again a bit.
Yeah, I'm
Small
going
enough
to.
for the eye-sized hole.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, so this is also 4 pages. So the first one was only 6 pages because they had a
The index.
because they had
basically.
the index. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. New Prime Directive Adventure Uprising, which is $7, $8.
$8.
That's like a $10 adventure right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, formation of Team Prime, optional rules. What are optional rules that we have? Oh, innate stun damage reduction. Oh god, I love this guy's writing style. I'm falling in love. When a character takes lethal damage, there is not much that he can do about it except moan and hope there's a medic.
Yeah.
Fuck.
This is
So
so
what about
guy.
stun damage?
Okay, we have
In
found.
particularly intense situations, a strong character should be able to shrug off the effects of shock attacks by gritting their teeth. Straight up, it's the Kirk staring into the camera bit.
We have
Yeah, it
definitely,
is.
definitely found the guy who wrote those botches.
Yeah,
yeah.
This is
Timothy.
100%.
It is
Yep.
Timothy. We have answered that. Oh,
Olsen, we know. I
detective
fucking
work
clocked you, sir.
has paid off. It's
Oh
so
my
good.
god! Critical successes are an optional rule! You can critically fail, but you can't critically succeed unless you use this!
Yep.
Oh my god!
Amazing.
This man is actually like an Ed Wood of game design. It's time he
Really
was
is.
so.
So you have to do a double 6 and then not a 1 to get a crit success.
Oh, high critical
Oh
success.
my god. Oh my god. Okay, so my story about meeting the guys who did Task Force games at a Gen Con a few years ago was I was hanging out with my TSR mentor. This was the guy who taught me how to basically design old school adventures, and I still design in that mindset today. But he looked at me and was like, "Oh, hey, Em. So check this guy out. These are these guys who made the shitty Star Trek game." And they looked at me and him as if we were one amalgam, because I immediately burst out laughing. You guys know how I laugh, and I tea kettle.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I'm sure it's not that bad. And they said nothing. And then I shook their hands and I went like, well, it was really nice that you came out and everything. It was really cool. And then I went back to my booth. And I'm so happy I get to follow that up. I'm so happy. Because at the time that I met them, I'm thinking about this, the D20 modern system would have been out.
Oh shit. Oh,
Yep.
man.
They were not manning a booth there, by the way. They were just there.
Mm-hmm.
They were not boothing it at that Gen Con. But anyways. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. By the way, yeah, Gen Con, great city. Great city. Great stuff.
I have
Fantastic.
never-
Milwaukee is great. It's
Obviously
fantastic.
never been because
Oh,
we're
yeah.
half the word away.
Okay, so half of our page is now a convention report and a Gen Con announcement. Oh, my God. The Brecon, 4-armed gold-skinned humanoids. Okay. There will always be at least 2 Brecons assigned to a ship or none at all. They're buddies. They're
I like
locked
that.
in.
I like that. They can handhold way more than other people.
Yes. New equipment, a field stretcher. Oh, that's nice. For when I get shot in the side and cry about it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
to be fair, if you get shot once, you're basically out of the mission. So it's good that you can be carried around.
Why do I keep closing drive-through RPG?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be back.
Have to look at all.
All right, that was issue 3. These are just not they're just not good. All right.
Yeah, they aren't.
Organization of a Klingon. This is a Klingon issue. This is only Klingons. Okay.
Special issue, man. Special issue.
This is hilarious. This is really funny to me. We are more than halfway through. So hold on. Like issue 2.
No. Oh, that I don't.
April.
This art is pretty good.
Okay, so April, June, and then August. They're publishing about every 2 months.
Makes sense if it's 6 of them.
Okay, yeah, about every 2 weeks. No. Okay, so you get your dagger teams.
And it's not cursed at all. It's great.
By the way, it's really weird. So from the moment the Prime Directive first appeared, players have been asking for more about Klingons. Well, no shit.
Dude,
No shit they're asking about Klingons. They're a big deal.
It shows how little he knew. So bad. Probably did.
Next Generation has been out. People want to be Worf. What's your fucking problem?
Everybody wants to be Worf. Or Lursen
Okay,
Bator, or whoever.
I like
so
fruit
you're
juice.
getting
It's a warrior's drink.
NPC. You're getting NPC templates. Lots of NPC templates. Warrior philosophies. These are actually kind of neat. I kind of like this. Oh, holy shit. This is like a stat thing. This is a thing you can roll on. Okay. So they adopt philosophies. So let's just look at recognize and lead. Warriors who favor this philosophy lead from the front, believing that not only may they act as an example, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This philosophy applies equally to mortal combat, maintenance of equipment, and even such peaceful activities as organizing a banquet. Requirements: leader 5+ and discipline 5+.
Fish, I'm gonna send you the list of artists later so you can confirm or deny if your parents were involved in this book.
This is fascinating. This is really crazy. Okay. New discipline supported skill. Berserker. Holy shit. Yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. Like you basically just become a barbarian.
Nice.
You 100% just become a barbarian. You ignore level of damage mods for all stun damage taken during combat. And you are not knocked unconscious even if you've taken 150% of your normal SDC. Shit. You can take a lot. He calculates level of damage as if he has taken 1/3 the amount of lethal damage. You cut all damage by 1/3.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Where 1 or 2 damage would round down to 0.
Yeah, that's pretty good. However,
okay,
you still die.
So Berserker Rage can knock you out, but it would not. This would not like cause you to completely fucking.
No, John Cleves wrote something there. It's not all our author.
John Cleves, yeah. Oh yeah. This guy has written up the Voodar. Klingon data provided by Cole and Petrick. I would be mortified to be one of those guys. I would be mortified because these are the guys who built like the Fleet Battles universe, and Fleet Battles is actually not bad. Fleet Battles is fine. Oh my god! Like these are just completely useless. I am imagining me trying to be like I'm like thinking about being like a kid and ordering this. This came out in October, so yeah, it's still going. Hello, Muppet.
Hello, Muppet.
Hey.
Hello. Okay. The Klingon source book is very popular.
And this has gone on for so long.
Okay. Check this out. We are nearing the end. I'm so sorry, but we're so close. This is fascinating because now we get the deep lore. Okay, that's the good news that the Klingon source book was incredibly popular. So not so good news. As the first issue of Prime Adventures nears completion, with its assortment of new rules, skills, equipment, and adventures, a decision has been made to discontinue Prime Time, so you won't be paying twice for the same material. This was basically like, fuck you, buy the more expensive books.
Yeah.
When you could have just had this be a different modular thing. You could have published this with like one adventure per thing and kept it going, but you didn't.
It feels like a thing where this didn't get the echo they wanted, so they're discontinuing making books.
Electronic binoculars? These weren't regularly there. I like how this is designed by Cliff Yankee and then developed by Tim Olson. What an asshole. He gets to put his name on everything.
Yeah. This is Tim, I love you. You are the best.
Suggested by Tim Olson and designed by Cliff Yankee. He literally was like, "No, fucking put this in here." Oh my god, I'm floored.
This is Symbieta. Do you
Oh,
know the Rifts credits are like this as well?
I didn't actually.
You have to
So
pay attention.
okay,
Symbieta
all right.
do like
Random
to take credit.
situation generator. Roll 2d6 using the first die as the tens digit and the second die as the ones digit 6 times. What? Why not just roll a d100?
Because the game only has d6.
It only goes up to 66, so that's valid. So all right, somebody give me a
Yeah.
2d6 roll.
Yeah, the
21.
similar mechanic is used in
21.
what is
Okay,
it?
so we're at a mining
Blood Bowl.
station. Roll it again.
55.
55. Mining station with a rogue psionic. And give me one more.
44.
44. Reception of data. What the fuck? That makes just garbage. That's garbage. That's nothing. Nothing. You've done nothing.
I get no. The location.
Oh, and we
makes
need.
sense. We have on a mining station. If we want to get the we have to.
We have
keep
3
the
more.
psionic from getting the data. That's what we do.
Roll it again.
24.
Okay. 24. It is a military secret. Okay, so it's a rogue psionic trying to steal like a military secret. Complication.
61.
61. Ooh, that's up there. The opponent is an old friend. Okay, this is actually kind of getting cool. This is getting interesting. That's okay.
Now I can't
And
roll above a
give
3.
me one more. Yeah, if
Okay,
you
but
roll
half the
above a
first
3
one.
on the first die, then we get
24.
nothing. Okay, 24. Then we get extra supplies. Cool.
Nice.
So we're on a mining station trying to stop a psionic from stealing military secrets, and he's an old friend.
And because of that,
I wouldn't mind having something like this. This is actually kind of neat.
Tables
I kind of like
this.
this.
Tables like this are fun.
Yeah.
You can, if you're sitting there, okay, this doesn't make sense. You can just re-roll until it does make sense.
Yeah,
and this is enough
it's
there
not bad.
that you can.
Tables like these are like huge resources for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is actually not bad. Oh yes, another Ask Commander Kosov. We've been missing you, my boy. All right. Why is it that a character of a certain race has a skill level for the language of that race? I would think a Vulcan would be naturally fluent in Vulcan speech, yet Vulcan NPCs have a skill level in an area. Why? Well, my linguistic friend, you need to look at it like this. Every planet is replete with an assortment of local languages, and Earth is a prime example. The skill level you mention indicates the chance that a character has in understanding any particular dialect of his homeworld. For example, he may be able to speak Dutch, but not German, and as this has the potential of occurring in an adventure, it's covered in the assigned skill level. That's not even fucking close.
Yeah, this is prime example of pulling an explanation off your butt because of what
He made a stupid decision.
Because yeah, he can think on his feet well and explain stuff. That's his skill.
This guy is quick. He is quick.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I want to note that his publisher, I believe, is his brother, John Olson.
John Olson.
He shows up on everything.
Olson, yeah. True.
Mm-hmm. I think it's his brother.
I mean,
but anyways,
that's on point for a small gaming company. That would be.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. All right, final issue. We've done it. We've really done it. This is fascinating.
I hope it's just a picture. I hope this is just a picture of our alpha man with the mustache. It isn't.
I love him. Okay, so finishing Prime Adventures took up far more time than I had expected. I feel that. This is in February 1995. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, this was a 4-month. Yeah, this was a 4-month gap.
Yeah, but they knew
they had a long gap.
They had to make this one
they put out
extra good because they knew it was the last one.
Well, let's see how many pages it was.
4.
Okay.
Packed with content.
All right. So, okay. So yeah, it's literally just like this is a new thing. Oh my god, we've got more story in here. Okay, so Dry Run. Oh my god, this is just a short story. What the fuck are you doing here? What? This is a short story.
Preview of the book.
Yeah.
You're paying $2
of this guy's like
to see the long form advertisement.
Oh my god, no. Oh my god, this is straight up just a short story and then something on the hydrants.
Which was what he was saying he was going to publish now. because it took longer. Yeah. Is there a question?
That's
Come on, give me a reader question. I want one more, please. I didn't see one.
No, I didn't see a new one.
We can look on America Online for this game. You scroll to the very bottom.
Yeah, on America Online, gaming support area, or the Prime Directive in the role playing games forum.
Imagine the last words of your instead of being about America Online.
That's so sad. Access TFG via modem. Fuck yeah. Important notice to all subscribers: if you have any issues remaining in your subscription, a credit note is enclosed with this issue.
Yeah, if you subscribe late.
Yeah. Oh wow.
So imagine missing out on the first one.
This is
never getting the index for your fucking book.
There is actually no design here.
Nope.
There is actually nothing here. This is the saddest shit.
Yeah, this is
like, wow. They started with the major shit, and most of that was, here's how to find shit in the book we sold you.
Yeah.
And then they continued, and less content came out as they went.
They were writing the books, and they didn't have time to write this.
Oh my god. I just
it's such a cash grab. It's such a cash grab.
Wild, yeah. But the thing is, they're not even grabbing that much cash. It's $5.
Yeah. Still,
that's like nickel and diming.
I'm sure they make money. Yeah. Maybe it was planned from the start to just see what the echo was and then make books. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I can see it. Yeah, I can see like, hey, like if there's buzz, we'll put out more stuff. But this just doesn't seem like there's just not enough effort put into it.
There really isn't. No.
Here's Costello. Do you notice something? Do you notice something going from page from number 1 to number 2 to number 3? Let's check out the staff. Staff writer Costello. Staff writer Costello. Let's look at our writer here. Staff writers Olsen and Costello. So, but no more staff writer on issue 5. Costello's no longer here.
Yeah.
And look at that. No more. That is a bummer. Costello, yeah, it looks like he just left.
Okay.
Good for him.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
I mean, it's also possible that he might melt it and was just unconscious for these issues.
Yeah.
Might have been.
Olsen fucking
writing role.
Yeah, he got a botch.
Got deleted.
Disintegrated from existence. Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote himself out.
Oh shit.
Oh my
he owes
goodness.
him so much pizza now.
This is strange because I'm so glad that I got this for $195 USD because this showed us what this guy
for a bit. I'm sorry.
is. Oh, what?
But just I had the new window with the working stuff way too low, high, and you were cut off.
That Prime Directive Modern core rulebook looks like shit. That art looks awful.
I kind of like the art, but it's very off its time as well.
It does not look good. I don't. It looks like a Flash game.
I don't know. I kind of like it. The jackets that aren't red. You don't like it as much. But they,
that's it.
But they still have the cool color.
No, it's not the terribly proportioned faces. Or just the kind of gumminess of the art. I mean, it's fine. But
I think the problem here is that these two, so left and right, that's one artist, and the middle feels like a completely different one. This feels like, I have to draw. Let me draw an anime for you.
This looks like multiple assets have been jammed together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
and then colored by the same individual.
And then in the background, they said, "How do you draw a penis?" Well, let's just ruin it.
Yes, make it big at the top.
Just flatten it out. It's like you put like a hot spatula on the top of it and just
No, God.
I don't know. I grew up with horses.
Okay, Angela, thank you for the 10 squats. And I think on that
So-
bombshell, we can end this at 4 hours. What the fuck?
Yeah, I feel so bad for anybody who worked on this because it seems like there were people who were working really, really, really hard to make this system the best it could be, and one guy who was just a dick.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like it. So
I feel completely right about my assertion.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Wow.
7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any parting words?
And a blood donation.
Yeah, thank you for that as well. Do you have any parting words on this? Let me actually jump back to
It's a roller coaster.
the game.
This was truly a roller coaster.
It really was. Like,
Okay, I will say this. We have to do this again, but not next week.
Yeah.
no,
I'm going to be out next
something-
week,
Yeah,
but I would love to look over some older stuff.
we should.
I would
Yeah,
love
me too.
to look over Legendary Adventures with you guys.
I'd be down if you can. If I
Because-
can get that somehow.
I can get you a PDF, but I also have the physical books. Fun fact: the guy who did a lot of the editing on that was my TSR mentor, and
okay.
it's a bad system. It is not good. It's
Okay.
not good, and it's unfortunate that it's not good.
It's always unfortunate, but in many cases, it's sadly well deserved because the people.
I
just-
can
Oh yeah.
I can
Too much
completely wrap
hubris.
this up in one thing with Legendary Adventures.
No, don't
you
do it
can
now.
you can sell no. I wanted
Okay.
this to be the teaser.
Fair enough.
You
okay.
can sell 4 longswords and buy a castle. A
Okay.
castle is worth 4 longswords, and that is Legendary Adventures. I can't wait to plot that out.
Okay, yeah, okay. We are fucking committed now. Give us those books,
Uh-huh.
and let's
Yeah.
say in 2 weeks, will you be back from house sitting then?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to be out through basically Wednesday through I think Saturday.
Okay.
So I'm going to not be available for like half the week, but then next week I'll be good.
Yeah, let's do it
Yeah,
next.
I think-
next Saturday, maybe Sunday.
Well,
Depends on
Fish,
the
you gotta log in and find out how much longsword is. It's too much. I'm gonna say a player character cannot actually buy a longsword if they don't start with it.
Yeah. It's not 15 gold like you're used to.
It's
Fuck no, it
amazing.
isn't. No,
That's
I can't wait
amazing.
until people see how much longswords are in that system. It's so funny.
And Fish, since it's no longer on screen share, here's all the artists from the Directive core book, just in case one of your parents is in there. And if so, please tell us right now, before doxing yourself. I mean, don't dox yourself, maybe. I don't know. I want to know. You can tell me after stream.
Oh wow,
Okay.
that was a trip. This is my whole day.
This has really been a trip, but I'm in love.
Been going for 4 hours.
This was 4 really good hours. I do. This
Mm.
was
4 good hours.
fucking heckin' fun. I really liked it. Okay,
Oh yeah.
that said, I need to now not talk for a bit. So
Yes.
thank you both very much for being here, and thank you for reading this kind of awful but also not so awful book with me. And we'll do it
Alright.
again in 2 weeks with this.
We really
new
should.
thing.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
hope that together maybe we can get one long sword. You know.
Oh, yeah.
We'll pool all of our collective
Yeah, I
cash
mean,
and get a
let's-
single
let's-
longsword.
let's- I
fighter.
don't really need one since vampire powers. It's just true for
Indeed.
Drake also. So you can have the longsword since you bring the book.
I do
so
like
Sam-
swords.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
need them, but I do like them.
And that's
Um,
often enough.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited to talk about that system. It's one of my favorite failed systems.
Yeah, let's do it. And then right,
Wonderful.
how many short swords to get along? That's a good question. We will
Oh,
get,
I have an answer to that. It's ridiculous.
we will get into that next time.
Short sword economy.
Wait. Doesn't it make a Megazord? Oh, wait. Wrong system.
Ooh.
Oh my god. And on that bombshell, it's time to end. I will be back tomorrow with Drake to play some Northgard, some chill Northgard. We're going to play the food clans again.
Wonderful.
Kind of not the foot clans, but the food clans. And then
none of the foot clan.
My next stream is just going to be on Monday.
Okay. Nice.
Perfect.
What are you going to do?
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I finished out RE8, so I'll probably do something something different.
Nice. Okay. Then we'll look forward to that.
Wonderful.
And now for something completely different.
And now for something very different. Yeah. Who do we effing raid? Let me look at our options.
Indeed.
Locke is doing Dark Souls. That's one that
Locke's been going for a while. I think that would be a nice boost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a solid boost.
I'm looking at if they are what they are.
Come to me.
Oh, they have 5. Oh my god.
If they are what they are.
Okay.
That's still Locke. I mean.
I know if they're playing was my. I can't talk anymore.
Okay.
I don't want to raid someone who is on AFK. So let's raid. Locke. Channel, I believe it is.
Wonderful.
Locke has good company there. I saw at least Bruce and Kara and Camilla. So that should be a nice one.
Bruce, damn. It's a lot.
So, what was that?
That was me making a kazoo noise with my mouth.
Okay.
Very good.
It really was. Okay, we will see you guys soon, I hope. And for now,
yes.
Have a good
Very
one.
soon.
10 more seconds.
Time to lock and roll.
Lock and roll. Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Oh my god.
Good night.
My voice is really quite